will be going on. Welcome everyone to the Mill City Skillshare 2020. I'm Sam Burdett and I'm the president of Lowell Makes. Thank you all for joining us today. We've been really excited to be able to take our annual event virtual. Our live stream today will be running all day from 11 a.m. now until 4 p.m. Feel free to stay tuned all day or hop on or off as you wish. The Mill City Skillshare is run by Lowell Makes and also supported by the Lowell Cultural Council, a local agency, which is also funded by the Massachusetts Cultural Council, a state agency. Our first session this morning is going to be with Glenn, who will be teaching us about making kites. He will be on at 11. Hello, everyone. We're back. We're always going to be experiencing some technical difficulties today, so bear with us as we get ready and adjust. All of our instructors are coming to us remotely, so we're going to try to work with everyone and spend some time getting technology working for us. So with us today is Glenn, and we are working to get his camera up and working. Okay, so we are still experiencing some technical difficulties. While we wait and try to get Glenn's video up and working for us, I do want to take a minute and tell you about Lowell Makes. We did just show a short video clip that was from our previous live tour, which you can go see on YouTube or Facebook. We are in the process of buying a building, and so there's some video clips from that as well. Lowell Makes is a nonprofit makerspace. We're located in downtown Lowell. We have about 150 members, well, prior to pandemic, but we are working on that. And we are have about 10,000 square feet of space here, split between 13 plus shops, including a wood shop, machine shop, ceramic shop, all of the above. And so if there's anything you've ever wanted to make or do or learn, Lowell Makes is the place to do it. That's why Lowell Makes really loves Skillshare, because we get to collect a bunch of people who have the knowledge and share it with you. We love to say that everyone has something to learn and everyone has something to do. So it looks like Glenn is ready, so we're going to pull him in. There he is. Take it away, Glenn.
Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. I hope you can hear me. Why don't you give me a text message, Amy, so that I can see that message is coming through and that my voice is coming through loud and clear. Here I am. I am ready to give a talk about kite making. In the back, you see a couple of kites that I've made. I wanted to talk about different kinds of kites, and you think I need to turn the video on. I see video coming through just fine. Great. There's me, and I'm going to continue. So here's a kite that I made. This one's called a Rakaku kite, and this one is a great kite for flying in a variety of winds. It's made out of very sturdy nylon material, and I used carbon fiber spars on the back to make it strong. Now, this one has a bridle. This is all sewn to get the pieces to stay together, and great kite for flying in a variety of winds. The next one, the one behind it, is the same style of kite, a Rakaku kite, which was a Japanese style of kite. This one is made with modern materials, and this one I made for flying at night. So for flying at night, it has this highly reflective stuff on it. So from the ground, you can shine a flashlight on it, and the snowflake lights up at night. Great, great kite for flying, even from 100 feet away. A flashlight on the kite will make it shine brilliantly. Now, let's see. Over here, I have a bird kite. Let me get around here. Bird kite, butterfly kite. This is a Chinese kite. This kite is from Bermuda, a Bermuda style of kite with wood and plastic. me turn the camera a little bit. Is a Bermuda kite made out of wood and paper. This is a kite that I've made, which is a beehive kite. And another Japanese style kite, let me hold this one up. This one is beautifully painted. This one is made from bamboo and paper. You can see the bamboo spine here. And beautifully hand painted. This one is made in Japan and has a lot of bridle lines to set it up and fly well. When it flies, it actually flies with a hummer to make noise. Now, turning a little bit to the side here, I have some miniature kites in that frame. I have a Chinese kite here. This is a fighter kite, which is made by an artist, and another miniature kite that I made. In the back of me, let's see if you can see that. Yes, a big, beautiful kite. This one is made by Randy Tom, who's an artist making a variety of kites. And if I can twist it around just a little bit more, a kite by Ron Gideon to the side and to the back. So now down here, I wanted to show you that I have a couple of displays of miniature kites. That's one of the things that I like about kites is that you can make them in a variety of sizes. And this one is a little kite that I call Big Nose. Here's a snowman kite. And the snowman kite has a tail made out of thread with Christmas lights on it. Here's another snowman kite. This one's made out of tissue paper and very thin bamboo strips. You can kind of see the horizontal lines with the bamboo. And one of the interesting things is that this one is a little bit asymmetrical because you can see the scarf matches the broom. So even though the kite is the same, the picture changes side by side. And a ghost kite, which also would do well for flying at night. I made all of those, and I also made all of these. These are a couple of Japanese kite styles. And this one is called an Edo style. What I did was I took a piece of printed tissue paper and modified it to become a very lightweight tissue paper kite. The complicated part about that is getting the bridle in the right place. This one is another Rokkaku kite, just like the two that I showed you in large size. In the small scale, it has a long tail that I added to help it fly. And this one you see right now is flat. It doesn't fly when it's flat. It has to be pulled into a curve. So what I do is on the back, I have two little tension lines made out of thread that pull the kite into a curve so that facing the wind goes on both sides of the kite and the kite stays stable in the wind. So that's a very nice flyer as a result. Here's a couple of kites of my own design. This one I called a blue stripe, and this one I call the green arrow. And someday I'd like to make the green arrow in a full sort of large size. Now, just showing you kites is one thing, but another thing is that we could actually fly them inside. Since they're small, they don't require much wind. So let's see if my headset will allow me to do this. I'm going to just fly this one just like that. And you can see that it flies well above my hand and back in the box. So it really does fly, and it really does fly well. Next one I have is a combination kite, and this one can also fly in here. That's one of the great things. I mean, since we're at home, we might as well build things, and if we can, fly them. So here is the combination kite flying. Hope you can see that. Flying very well and flying above my hand. The kite is not flying if you're just dragging it around. Then it becomes a little bit more of a flag than a kite. I think you'll like this one. This one is a Batman kite. And I made this one from tissue paper and carbon fiber spars. And nice like that. Great. How about if I just show you a couple more? This one is made from bamboo, balsa wood and tissue paper. And this one's called a Cody kite, C-O-D-Y, invented in the early 1900s and actually patented in 1901. This style of kite was built at about 20 feet wide, and I reproduced it as a small little guy. Speaking of small little guys, here's a tiny little kite called Be Mine, and I won a prize for this in the smallest kite contest. And the Be Mine won for not just flying, but for being beautiful in flight. I also won a smallest kite contest for a smallest kite. And this tiny little thing here, wrapped up in its tails right there, is the kite. And actually does fly. I don't think I'm going to take the time to set it up right now, because what I'd like to do is get to the point where we can build something ourselves. So we're going to build a tiny kite, and if you're prepared, you probably have some tissue paper, some tape, and a pair of scissors with you. What I'd like you to do is start by cutting out a piece of tissue paper, and the piece of tissue paper should be about 2 thumbs wide and about 3 thumbs tall, like that. And then what I'm going to ask you to do is fold that tissue paper in half, and then use a scissor to cut out the tissue paper. So that it looks like this, kind of a V shape at the bottom and a curve at the top. Again, my thumb covers each side of the kite, and then it's about 3 thumbs tall, the curve at the top and a point at the bottom. That's going to be the sail for our kite. Then what I'd like you to do is take a piece of tape. Now, I have a roll of tape here. What I want you to do is cut out a square of tape. If you can't do it right now, maybe you could finish this later. Cut out a square of tape and see how I've marked this in red. What I want you to do is cut it into 4 pieces so that you have tiny little pieces that are like this. Because we're making small kites, we might as well use small pieces of tape so that the resulting kite is as lightweight as possible. Then what I'd like you to do is take a piece of tissue paper. This one is a little sort of strip of tissue paper that's about 1 foot to 18 inches long, and then roll it into a kind of a spiral like this. I'm going to tighten it a little bit, and then cut off a strip of that. That, when we unroll it, is very easy to make, but it's going to be the tail for our kite. And let's see, I don't see any comments or questions right now. So I'm going to take the tail, take one of those pieces, tiny pieces of tape, and then halfway on and halfway off on the tail as the first step. So tape on tail. Once that's done, I'm going to tape it. And what I'm doing is I'm making sure that the tail and the kite are straight in line. I tend to tape it on the back. Then I take a spool of thread, and any thread will do. If you go to the sewing store and you ask them for the cheap stuff, they'll know what you're talking about. Take a piece of thread, measure off, about 18 inches. So let's do that. For me, 18 inches is, about a little longer than 2 hands wide. That, like that, gives me a piece of thread that's the right length. Then I'm going to turn the kite not onto the back, but onto the front. Take one of those tiny pieces of tape that I had from before. Remember, we made 4, and attach the tape to the thread. Very easy, just stick the tape on the thread. Now, I want the thread to be at the top. So I'm going to turn the kite and turn the thread until the thread is at the top and the tail is at the bottom. Then, about a third of the way down, I'm going to tape it onto the very middle of the kite. Once I've done that, I am almost ready to fly. What I do is make sure that it's folded so that it has a V shape like this. I don't want it to be completely flat, and I don't want it to be closed. I want it to sort of have a V shape flying into the wind, and then I can walk down the hallway and fly my kite just like that. Great. This will be a great kite for flying at walking speed, a lot of fun, and I think you'll enjoy it very much. So I've shown you a lot of different kites. I have a website about miniature kites called Kiting USA. I also have some kite books that are available for sale on Amazon. There's a Facebook group. If you are interested in flying kites, then you might want to join that Facebook group, because when the restrictions are lifted, we'll be flying kites at many locations, and you can find out about them through that Facebook group. There's also a bunch of clubs that fly kites, and these are clubs in our area. There's a lot of clubs to be found. Kites Over New England is all over New England. The Connecticuters in Connecticut, and the Nor'easters in Maine. So there you have 4 different clubs to join. So I'm going to check again to see whether there's any questions. I don't see any right now. Great, and you can hear me, and I'm good. And I don't see any questions, so I'm going to say thank you guys very much. I hope you enjoyed it. I would love to show you more kites and maybe do another workshop with another kite. I build dozens of kites. There's lots of fun to be had, and I hope you're going to enjoy it very much. Thanks.
The Lowell Makes cosplay shop is equipped with everything a cosplayer can ever need, from leatherworking blocks to do some heavy cutting and stamping work, to a variety of foam and leather tools all on the walls for everyone to use. You also get access to a dedicated sanding room with power tools such as sanders, bandsaws, etc. There's even a dual heated 32 by 48 vacuum former, as well as multiple heat guns and hot glue guns for members to use. There are male and female mannequins to test or display your props and creations. Our tables come fully covered in self-healing liner so you can cut right on the massive 4 by 8 foot surface area. And with access to our laser cutting machines, you can go from EVA sheet to laser cut parts to assembled raw foam and finished product in a matter of hours. Lowell Makes is also home to GiveWave Studios, which specializes in high quality costume props, DIY kits, YouTube tutorials, digital patterns, and cosplay accessories. They are also the founders and hosts of our Cosplay Fridays events that allow non-members to use our unique collaborative cosplay space with access to all machinery and resources from 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. under the watchful eye of experienced cosplayers. So definitely come check us out when you get a chance. Looking forward to meeting some, if not most of you, at one of our upcoming open houses.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sam, president of Lowell Makes. I want to thank everyone again for joining us today. We are very, very excited for our virtual Skillshare event. Up next is Dot with relationship marketing, creating a habit of gratitude.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining me today. I'm truly honored to be with all of you, and I promise you'll be leaving with some good tips on how you can effectively build relationships, even with your already jam-packed schedule. Hopefully, you've had time to download the worksheet, and we're going to fill in the blanks in just a little bit. This is one of my favorite quotes. And this kind of sums up what everybody in business should try to aspire to and make sure that people know that you care about them. People will forget what you say, people will forget what you do, but they'll never forget how you made them feel. So, what is relationship marketing? Relationship marketing is a facet of customer relationship management that focuses on customer loyalty and long-term customer engagement rather than shorter-term goals like customer acquisition and individual sales. It is also known as referral marketing. I've attended many relationship marketing workshops and listened to many relationship marketing podcasts. At these workshops, I've learned the 80-20 rule. The 80-20 rule of relationship marketing means that you should not be marketing or selling to your clients and prospects in all your communication. Your prospects and clients are bombarded by emails, direct mail, and social media posts on a daily basis, telling them they need this new skin product, this new hair concoction, or new tech gadget that will surely change their lives. And I mean no disrespect to all my direct sales friends that represent these companies. We all have our goals to sell more, recruit more, and to rank advance in our respective companies. But there's a way to do it without turning people off and helping them realize that you truly care about them and want to help them if and when they need your product. How do I do this? You may be asking yourselves. Sometimes you should just reach out and check in on them with a quick text message to say, I was just thinking of you and wanted to check in. And I wanted to let you know I appreciate you. Just that, quick, short, and sweet, and nothing else. How would you feel if you receive a message like that? Or maybe while scrolling Facebook, you see that one of your clients or prospects had a new baby or grandchild, got married, got a new job or promotion. How would your client feel if all of a sudden a congratulations note or card showed up in their mailbox? And I'm not talking about their email box. I'm talking about that box outside their house that usually fills up with bills and junk mail. We call those lifestyle celebrations. Imagine how you would feel if, in the middle of going through bills, you discover some happy mail. That's what I call those personalized cards and notes that I receive that truly brighten up a day. Another touch can be holiday cards. And when I say holiday cards, I'm not just referring to those cards we send in December. You can remember your clients and surprise them with offbeat holiday cards. I know an insurance agent that one year sent Valentine's cards to his clients that simply said, You are the heart of my business. That was it. No sales pitch. He got more than few calls from his customers, amazed to have gotten a Valentine's Day card from their insurance agent. The following year, he skipped over Valentine's Day and sent a St. Patrick's Day card with the simple message, I'm lucky to have you as a client. How do you think those clients reacted to those cards? Do you think they'll remember him? If you follow the 80-20 rule, you want to reach out to your clients 5 times. 3 of those should be relational, thinking of you messages. Thank you, happy birthday, or some type of holiday greeting. Then two touches can be marketing. inviting them to an event or a workshop, or inviting them to check out new products. So why do our clients leave us? It's quite simple. If they only hear from us when we want to sell them something, they begin to suspect that we really don't care about them, or that we only see them in terms of dollars. So what do we need to do, and how can we find the time to do it? So it's time to take out that relationship marketing worksheet, and let's fill in the blanks together. Okay, I hope you have the worksheet in front of you. So as I said in the beginning, relationship marketing is a facet of customer relationship management that focuses on customer loyalty and long-time customer engagement rather than shorter-term goals like customer acquisition and individual sales, also known as referral marketing. All right, so let's fill in these blanks. Appreciation goes in that first block, wins over self-promotion every time. And this is by Cody Bateman. He's the CEO and founder of Send Out Cards, which I'm affiliated with. So appreciation wins over self-promotion every time. And if you don't have the worksheet printed out and can't fill it out, my contact information, I think, is scrolling. So you can send me an email and I'll get this worksheet to you and help you fill it out. All right, so let's start building the habit. Habit number 1, the 3 to 5 daily method. So what you need to do is reach out to 3 to 5 different people in 3 to 5 minutes using 3 to 5 different methods. So that's reach out to 3 to 5 different people in 3 to 5 minutes using three to 5 different methods. And the methods: text, Facebook Messenger, cards, calls, emails. So that's text, Facebook Messenger, cards, calls, and emails. People do business with those they know, trust, like, and remember fondly. That's right. So people do business with those they know, trust, like, and remember fondly. All right, let's try to put this habit into motion. I want you to take out a blank piece of paper or just flip over this worksheet. And for 1 minute, I want you to list people that you appreciate. I'll time a minute. It can be people you know in your personal life, people you know in business, anybody that you know, you like, and you appreciate, or that you're grateful to have in your life. We got 30 seconds left for this. All right, 10 seconds left. I hope you're making a list because we're going to do something with that list. I hope you have your cell phone handy. Okay. Now what I want you to do with the list is to, in 2 minutes, I want you to either text, Facebook message, call, or send, well, probably not call because it'll take too long, or email somebody and let them know you appreciate them And because we're short on time, I can only give you 2 minutes to do this. So see how many people you can reach out in 2 minutes. And I'll start the timer now. These simple habits help you reach out to people. And it's just to show that you don't need an hour in your day to do this. You can simply chunk out small chunks of time to reach out and make sure people remember you and know that you care about them. All right, just 1 minute left. I hope you guys are quick at texting. Thirty seconds. Ten seconds. All right, and we're done. And moving on to habit number 2, relationships in motion. How do we build these relationships and how do we go about it? So, one thing we need to do, or the first thing we need to do is meet people every day. So that first word is meet. And that can be part of our everyday life. Well, maybe not right now while we're staying at home, but when things get back to normal and we can go to the gym, for right now, we have to rely on social media for meeting new people. The second way is connect people every day. Look for people who should know each other and introduce them. We all meet a lot of people every day, and you might hear somebody that needs something, and you just may know that person to introduce them. One time I was at a network meeting, and a friend mentioned that she had a sofa to move. I put her in touch with the mover. I knew, problem solved. Mover came in, delivered her new couch, took out the old couch, all done. So you want to connect people every day, or try to. Some days we might not be able to do that, but connect every day if you can. And most importantly, appreciate people every day. That's appreciate people every day. And you can do that in many ways. Send a card, that's my preferred method. Place a call, send a gift, remember birthdays and special occasions, set up a personal meeting for coffee or lunch. And right now, we're doing a lot of those via Zoom. I have coffee Zooms and happy hours Zooms instead of meeting out in restaurants. Refer business to them, like I did to that mover. And social media shout outs. If somebody does something good for you, give them a shout out on social media and let others know. And now we're quickly going to go over the bottom of the worksheet and fill in these blanks with tips for optimal relationship building. Avoid the opera audition. The 2 words to fill in are opera audition. And I'm sure you've met people at networking events that it's me, 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 me. Yep, it's all about them. You don't get a word in edgewise. So when you're out networking and meeting people, try to give them equal time to speak, or even I prefer to ask them all the questions, get their card, and then follow up later. If they ask me some questions, I'll give them some answers, but I'm not going to let them know all about what I do because I prefer to introduce them with a nice to meet you card. Create your own sales force is the next tip. So if you belong to a networking group or even a group of friends, they can be your sales force. More effective than doing it for yourself. You want these people singing your praises about what you do. And it's certainly less expensive than most marketing strategies. And it allows others to promote you. Third, leverage social media to expand your fan base and build relationships. Stay in the 13%. The 13% refers to that 87% of most things we're exposed to are negative. The 13% people, like me, I'm one of them, we like to remain positive and try to stay positive. Times like this make it hard, and sometimes on social media things go really bad. I try to scroll by them and ignore them so I can stay in a proper frame of mind. Because you want to be careful, because your social media posts, they represent you and your brand. So be careful what you post. Number 4, serve instead of sell. Be patient, not pushy. Share your product, what you do, and then be patient. When they're ready, they're going to come around. So sell, patient, and pushy. Fill in those blanks on number 4. Number 5, be authentic and consistent, but not obnoxious. Don't be overly pushy. Just be consistent. If you do daily social media posts, post daily, but post some positive things and not always selling things. Some good tips help in your social media posts. Post things that people will love to read, and especially now, post things that will uplift them. Word of mouth equals world of mouth. Avoid controversy on social media. And that definitely links in with that. Stay in the 13% and be positive, because people will unfollow you if you post controversial posts and comments on social media. 7, become the most well-connected person you know. Connect with lots of people, connect them with other people. So become the most well-connected person you know. Make friends without an agenda. So when you meet people and you friend them on Facebook, the next thing you do shouldn't be sending them a message to like your Facebook page or join your Facebook group. Get to know them. Set up a one-to-one Zoom meeting or Skype meeting or something. Get to know them first. And then if they're interested, they're going to go check out your page and like your page. Number 9, create memorable experiences for yourself and others. So whether you're doing events or social things, make it memorable. Number 10, intention is important. Give simply to give. Become known as a giver. Intention is important. Give simply to give and become known as a giver. When we give to give, we have no intention of, well, if I do this, then they're going to do this for me. We're going to be disappointed. But when we give to give and divorce ourselves from the results, the universe gives back to us. All right, let's continue on. All right, I'm going to go over a few people that have really took relationship marketing to different levels. The first one is Tom Hopkins. He holds the world record in real estate sales. He achieved it by developing his thank you note habit, sending 10 handwritten thank you notes every single day. Thank you for talking to me on the telephone. Thank you for meeting me. Thank you for your business. Thank you for your kind referral. Thank you for the excellent service you have provided for me. Thank you for taking time to consider letting me serve you after first refusal. Thank you for taking your time to analyze my services after they bought from someone else. And thank you for using our service or product sent at the 1 year anniversary. Mary Kay Ash. I think most of you know who she is, but in case you don't, she built a 1.2 billion beauty empire, Mary Kay Cosmetics. Her key to building was teaching her consultants to send 3 cards a night before going to bed. Recognition, congratulations, and appreciation. And lastly, Joe Girard. In the Guinness World Book of Records for auto sales, he sold an average of 6 cars a day for 12 years. He credited his relationship building skills for his success. What kind of cards did Joe send? Thank you notes, cards of encouragement, cards of congratulations, wedding, baby, job promotions, birthday cards, holiday cards, season's greetings, Valentine's, helpful news and information, small gifts to his best customers and referral partners. He created a place for himself in the brains of his prospects and clients by keeping in touch with them, thereby ensuring he remained top of mind with them. And he did this at a time when we didn't have all this automation. Real quickly, go over a few things because email, I don't know about you, but I don't open everything in my email. And how many of our things go to spam? I delete a lot of things without even opening it. So we don't always want to email. We want to look at other ways to do it versus and look at the open rate on the mailbox mail. 78% are opened that come in the mailbox versus 78% unopened in the email box. When I first saw this sales statistics thing, I was amazed because I was one who didn't always follow up often. I figured if I reached out to them and they didn't respond or didn't buy my product, they didn't want it. And only 2% of sales happen on the first contact. Yep. And only 10% of salespeople make more than 3 contacts. 80% of sales happen after the 12th contact. So the important messages here is keep reaching out. Reach out in kindness. Make sure they know you're there and make sure they know you care. So you want people to remember you, resulting in referrals. Remember, people do business with people they know, like, and trust and have a relationship with. And as with what I started with, appreciation wins over self-promotion every time. And here's my contact information. I'm Dot Richards. My business is Cards by Dot, powered by Send Out Cards. My number is 978-204-4383. And my website is cardsbydot.com. Today's a great day if you want to go and test out my system and send a free Mother's Day card. I thank you for your time and appreciate you listening. All right.
Hi, everyone. My name is Amy Wilson. I'm the marketing director for Lowell Makes. I'm going to give you guys some background on what Skillshare is and how we got started. Okay. All right, so what is the Mill City Skillshare? The Mill City Skillshare, just to thank our sponsors this year, is funded by the Lowell Cultural Council, which is a local agency. The Lowell Cultural Council is funded by the Massachusetts Cultural Council, a state agency. The Mill City Skillshare, in one sentence, is an annual day of free community-led workshops. So the idea behind today is that everyone has something to learn and everyone has something to teach. We were founded in 2012 by a couple of nonprofit organizers in the Lowell area, and Lowell Makes started hosting the Mill City Skillshare in 2017. I became involved with the Mill City Skillshare just last year for the 2019 event. Last year's event, and we hope to have a future event be in person, but last year's event was in person at Lowell Makes at our location at 47 Lee Street, or our front door, 115 Merrimack Street is how most people find us. And this was the schedule from last year. We had 18 sessions, so unlike a live streamed event where we can only have one session at a time, in our physical space, we actually had multiple sessions going on throughout the maker space at Lowell Makes. So you could pick and choose and kind of hop around all day. I'll go through some of the sessions, and maybe that'll give you some ideas if you are thinking of being a presenter for the fall. So one of the sessions we did was on basic bike repair. Then we had someone teach our out of our fermentation shop. So we had a couple of people come and learn how to make bread and yogurt using an Instant Pot. Then we had Allison on the left here. She taught weighted blankets for sensory regulation. It was really awesome to hear her expertise on this topic. And it's probably a topic that would interest people again in the fall. We had someone teach astrophotography. This is in our classroom at Lowell Makes. So if you want to come do a session that involves slides, you can come use our classroom. Another session in our classroom was taught by our president, Sam Burdett. She did a backpacking gear shakedown. So you can see she had all different examples of backpacks and things you might want to bring with you on a trip. We had a learn to crochet session, which is actually the session coming up after this little break. But we have a different instructor for crochet this year. Last year's session was taught by Michelle Jerry, who's on the right of this photo. One of our most popular sessions last year was a copper tree making session. So Derek, who's the person standing up here, taught all these people how to make these beautiful copper trees that he makes with wire. So starts with a group of wire and kind of twists them into all these shapes to make sculptures. We also had a cold process soap making session in our kitchen, another great hands-on session. We're hoping to have more hands-on stuff in the fall. Another really fun and popular hands-on session was making a mess with epoxy. So we covered our downstairs workspace with plastic trash bags and let people go crazy with some silicone molds that we have, and they mixed in colors and glitter and all kinds of stuff to make really cool epoxy coasters. We had a session on respirator use for home repair and crafting, which I think now we all appreciate this equipment a little bit more. I taught a session on how to make jam jar candles, so really easy to make at home with a few basic supplies, and I would love to teach that in person again. And so that's some of the sessions that we had last year. we are looking for more instructors, or we will be looking for instructors for the fall session that we'll hopefully be hosting in our new space. So the best way to get updates when we're ready for instructors to sign up will be to follow us on our Mill City Skillshare Facebook. We'll make announcements over there about how you can propose a session, and we'll be in touch with you with more updates then. So thank you everyone for attending today. We're looking forward to the event in the fall.
Am I on? Hi, how are you everyone? This is Paulina, and I would say as a public share for myself, um, I guess you can't hear me. Yeah, I am not my network fully this time. So anyway, this is familiar.
Seems to be working. Yay, okay, finally. Sorry for the technical difficulties. So once again, my name is Paulina. I can already tell that I somehow forgot to spell my name right. It's not Pauline, it's Paulina with an A at the end. I'm a little nervous, you can probably tell. I've never done this before, but what I do quite a lot is I crochet, more as a hobby. So this is why we're here today. And my hope is to show you just some of the most basic crochet stitches. I'm gonna adjust the camera a little bit because there's really no need for you guys to see my face, but you do need to see the tools I'll be using. So the basic crochet tools are, of course, hooks. I happen to have a whole array of hooks. This is because there are different sizes of hooks depending on what type of yarn you're using. For today's session, I suggested a thicker yarn and working with a bigger hook, simply because at the stage when you're learning, it's easier to do with a bigger hook. You will be much faster learning, kind of getting the hang of it, developing a muscle memory. And once you have that down, moving down to other type of yarns, smaller yarns, and little tiny hooks like here will be much easier. So for today, we will be using one of these yarns. So you can see they're not incredibly thick, but they're not thin. By thin, I meant, for example, this is a very thin, tiny yarn. So we'll be using this one. Most yarns, when you buy them, they will not be in a ball like this. But this is something that I encourage you to do because it's just easier to operate it. When you do buy yarn, most likely it will look like something like this. We'll tell you the color. And most yarn types will have something like this, which will basically tell you, if you are crocheting, the size of the crochet hook, as well as, or if you happen to be knitting, the size of your knitting needles. But this one, for example, is 4 millimeters. Depending on where you are, I mean, I'm usually in Lowell, but I'm actually abroad right now, so I bought this outside of US, so the size of the hook. And so since it is 4 millimeters, I will now go back to my handy set of hooks. I'll get my 4 millimeter hook, which looks more or less like this, and we can get started. So the very first thing you should know with crocheting is knowing how to begin, essentially. So creating your very first loop, and then even before we get to stitches, every single crochet row is based on a chain. So this is what we'll do first. Once we have that down, I can show you. My hope is to show you, actually, so here. So this is what a ready chain looks like. This is about 20 chains. So this is how you will be starting every single time. After that, I'll show you how to do a single crochet. So this is what a single row of a single crochet looks like. So I hope to show you that's really the most basic stitches. So single crochet. From there, I'm gonna show you how to do, not this one, let me see what I'm looking for. I will show you how to, another stitch, which is the half double crochet. This is a single row of half double crochet, and this is a double row of half double crochet. So that's what we'll move on to. And then my hope is to show you a double crochet. And this is what a single row of double crochet looks like. And this is what a double row of double crochet looks like. So these are the most essential basic type of crochet stitches. If time allows, and we can see, I can show you some more advanced stuff. For example, a beautiful flower stitch like this, or a flower itself. Depending on time, we can choose, or this type of stitch. This is made using single crochet. This is something that you would use, for example, at the end of a sleeve if you're making a sweater. So anyway, going back to the basics, let's start with just beginning. There's many different methods to start. The one I like is basically you hold the yarn like this, then you use 2 of your fingers like this, you loop it over once, then one more time, except this time you cross it. And you kind of hold it here for a second. Then what you will do, you will insert your hook here, then loop over the second one, and then let go. This will give you the very basic, the very first chain for your crochet. Just in case, I'm gonna go over this again, because this is essential. Without this, you cannot keep going. So again, you take a piece of yarn, 2 of your fingers here, you loop it once around your fingers, then the second time, except it's when you get to the top, once again, you kind of cross it over. So it creates a little, let me see so it's more visible, a little, let's see, like this, like a cross here. And then what you will do is you insert your hook under the first one, sort of here, and then here, you loop it, and you end up with the very first crochet chain. Then what you want to do is, extend your yarn. You want to loop it around your finger so that you create a sense of tension here. And now we'll just go ahead and do a few chains. So a chain is essentially the idea of taking a hook, going yarn over, pulling it through the loop like this. And this is, at this point, you have 1 chain. And the idea is to basically keep repeating. So if you have your hook in one of your loops, you yarn over and you pull through. And now we have 2 chains. And then you just sort of continue, yarn over. By yarn over, just so you can see, I mean to just go sort of like this, and then you pull through the loop. And so you just keep going until you have the desired number of loops. So at this point, we're at, let's see, we are at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's do another 5. So slowly, yarn over and pull through. Yarn over, pull through. Yarn over, pull through. And I think this is our 10th loop. Yarn over, pull through. I'm going to do one more really slowly. It's I keep forgetting that I should probably go much slower. So just in case, when you have your hook here, you loop, yarn over, and then you just loop it through your chain. So so it kind of continues to grow. I will show you the very first type of stitch next. But even, after the session, what I would suggest you do, you just basically keep doing this. Keep doing this until you feel like it's muscle memory. So you can just kind of go like this. That's when you'll know you get it. And at some point, don't worry, you really will be able to do it this fast. So now that we have a chain, I can show you how we get to a single crochet. Let me see if I can have an example here. So this is already first row of single crochet. So just like I mentioned before, you always start with a chain. That is your base. Once you have your base and you want to build a row of single crochet, what you will do, wherever you end up, you chain one more, and then from your hook, you count 1 and 2. You insert it into the second, I'm gonna start again because I think the camera was off camera. Okay. So you chain once, and then insert your hook into the second chain from your hook. So 1, 2. Yeah, the hook is inside. Then you yarn over. You pull it through your chain so that you end up with 2 loops. At this point, you yarn over again and pull through the 2 of your loops so that you end up with 1 loop again. From there, it's pretty simple. You just keep repeating the same motion. If this is your hook, you insert it into the next open chain. You yarn over. You pull through. So once more, you end up with 2 loops. At this point, you yarn over and you pull through, and another single crochet is done. So then you just keep repeating. You find your next open, next open chain. You insert the hook into that chain. You yarn over. You pull through. You end up with 2 loops. Yarn over again and pull through the 2 loops so that you end up with 1. And then again, you put your hook into the next chain, yarn over, pull through, you end up with 2 loops, and you pull through. At this point, I'm gonna pause for just a little bit and maybe see if there's any questions. Seems there are none, so that's okay. We can get to the more advanced stuff. How about we do half double crochet? Just so that I save time, I'm actually gonna get rid of this single crochet here so that I'm back to my base, which is the crochet chain. A half double crochet, once again, when done, looks like this. That's a single row of half double crochet. and this is a double row of half double crochet. So this is what we're gonna do next. And it's actually very similar. Oh, I see a question. How to control tension? That is a very good question. You will do that essentially. So when you have your hook inside a loop, you will use this finger of your other hand to control tension. And I wish I had some sort of specific way of explaining it. Honestly, it's just feeling it out. And the other thing I would say, at the beginning, I wouldn't even worry so much about the tension. Your loops may be uneven, but really at the beginning, the most important thing, at least that's how I learned, was just to develop a muscle memory, to really know how to operate your hook and where to loop it, how many times, etc. Once you have that down, that's when you can start, experimenting more with the tension. So for example, I can show you. Right now, to create this chain, I would say this was sort of like a middle tension, right? If I apply less tension, the loops will just be, this is like very little tension. The loops will just be bigger and more loose. I don't know if you can see the difference. So the last few chains are kind of like less tension, so they're bigger, they're more loose. If I apply a lot more tension, so then I just basically stretch this finger and make this very, very tight, my chain loops will also become very kind of small and tight. So this is kind of so essentially you use this finger to control the tension. But if you apply a lot of tension, this is what you will end up with. See the difference? Let me see. I can turn it over to the camera. Like this is the last few. This is the chain with very sort of tight tension. I'm actually gonna get rid of those only because, especially at the beginning, it's not easy to to learn the next steps if it's too tight. But once you get the basics, really know how to do the basics, that's only then I would suggest that you start experimenting with tension. So moving on to the next type of stitch, the most basic stitch. So far we have the single crochet stitch. Now we're going to do a double crochet. So for a double crochet, just like with a single stitch, you chain once. However, this time, once you chain once, even before you insert the hook back into the chain, you yarn over and only then inserted it into the second chain. So 1, 2. This will be your second chain. Just like with single crochet, you insert the hook, you yarn over once, and you pull through. Except this time, you end up with 3 loops on your hook, not 2 like before. For half double crochet, you yarn over once and you pull through all three of the loops, so that once again you end up with 1 loop. And then to continue, you just keep repeating. You yarn over and insert your hook into the next chain. From there, you yarn over, you pull through, so that once more you end up with 3. You end up with 3 loops, and then you yarn over and pull through all 3 loops. So that after a little while, you'll see that it starts forming like a little row. You will also see, so the last couple chains that I did on here, I applied a lot less tension, which is why there's like a little hole here. But again, at the beginning, as you're learning, I wouldn't worry about this so much, because it's just, in my opinion, as you begin to learning, it's more important to sort of know how to do the stitches and just sort of develop a muscle memory. And once you do that, you can start experimenting with tension. But going back, so if we continue with half double crochet, so again, you loop over, You insert your hook into the next chain, you pull through, you end up with 3 loops, and you pull through. And so you keep doing that. I'm gonna go a little faster now, only because I wanna show you what the row begins to look like. And since we are at 20 minutes almost in, 20 minutes in the session now, I really wanna show you the next stitch, which is also a very basic stitch, is a double crochet. That's why I'm going a little faster, just so that we can have a little bit of this, and then I can show you the next type of stitch, which is called double crochet, and it's one of the most basic crochet stitches. So, but at this point, we're still at half double crochet. I'm gonna do a couple more, maybe. More. Do maybe one more really slow. So yarn over, you insert the hook, yarn over, pull through, so you end up with 3 loops, and then you pull through. And this is sort of the beginning of your first row of half double crochet. So if we go back to the sample, you'll see that these two look, so I'm gonna turn this over. So you see the other side, you know, they look very similar. This one just happens to have a second row, and this is what a second row would look like. I'm actually gonna put this one down now. I'm gonna take a different type of, not different type of yarn, actually the same size of a yarn, but just a different color, just for the kicks of it. And I'm gonna show you the double crochet. We're also gonna review how to begin and do a chain, because that's how you also begin. So this is just an opportunity to review real quickly. So to start, you loop your yarn around your fingers like this. You insert the hook underneath here. Then you loop through here. And this is how you end up with your first chain. So I'm really quickly gonna chain, I'm gonna do maybe 15. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'll do 5 more. 2, 3, 4, 5. And I would say I basically applied maybe medium tension here. Although truth be told, I didn't really pay that much attention to tension, because just like I said before, I think that at the beginning it's more important to learn the stitches, and then of course that's not to say that tension is not important. It is quite crucial, but I think that's just the next step in the learning journey. So now that we have 15 chain here, we're gonna do the double crochet. And double crochet, wherever you ended up, you then chain additional 2. So 1, 2. And just like with half double crochet, before you insert the hook back into the chain, you yarn over, and then you insert it into the third loop of your chain. So that's this 1, 2, 3. So the third chain of your crochet, and then you yarn over and pull through. Just like before, you end up with 3 loops. The difference between half double crochet and double crochet is that in half double crochet, you'd yarn over and pull through all 3 loops at the same time. This time, because we're doing double crochet, we're gonna yarn over. However, we're gonna pull through the first 2 loops, only, so that you end up with 2 loops. And then you yarn over again and pull through, so you end up with 1 loop. And from there, you just keep repeating. You yarn over, you insert your hook into the next chain, you yarn over and pull through the chain. So that once more, you end up with 3 loops. Then you yarn over once more, you pull it through the first 2 loops on your hook, then you yarn over and pull through the 2 remaining loops. So you just basically keep doing the same thing. You yarn over, you insert your hook into the next available chain, you yarn over, pull through. So you end up with 3 loops. Then you yarn over, pull through the first 2 loops. So now instead of 3 loops, you have 2. You yarn over and pull through the 2 remaining loops on your chain. I'm gonna do a couple more, just a little quicker, just so I can show you what the first row begins to look like. Yarn over, through, first 2 loops, the second 2 loops, yarn over, 1, 1, 1. I see a potential question. We're almost at the end as well, so I will pause here. So this is essentially the beginning of the first row of your double crochet, and I'm going to pause for a couple of questions, if there are any. Are you always, so the question is, are you always going through the second loop down the line? Oh, this is a very good question. That's something I failed to probably explain very well. You only do that with the beginning of your first row. So essentially, I'm just going to go back here to a chain, and let's assume that we're doing a single crochet. So this is only for the first stitch that you add 1 more chain and go into the second one. Once you're done with that one, from there, you don't skip. You just go into the next available one. It's only for the beginning of the row. So once I started, I don't skip anything. I just put into the next chain. I hope that answers the question. Oh, so next question. What is your favorite thing to crochet? Blankets, hats, clothes, small toys, small lace things. I love this question. I'd say, I'm sort of intermediate. I'm still learning. And before I answer the end of the question, I should also add that the way I learned is when I was a little girl, my mom taught me the basics, basically the basics that I showed you today. And anything else that I can crochet at this point, I basically learned through YouTube. So let's say I wanted to do a plush toy or a blanket or a sweater. I would just go on YouTube and I would just put it in a search and be like, crochet hat, and see what different patterns are available, and just go from there. But really knowing these 3 basic stitches is, once you know these, then it's really easy to learn. But now to answer your question, so small toys, it's actually a goal of mine. I haven't made any just yet, but would love to learn. Some of the favorite things, at least something that I've been working on right now, are these sort of fall, spring, maybe winter hats, where you start from the middle and you just kind of go around. That's something that I've been sort of working on lately. I would have more examples, except that my entire stash of different yarns are back home in Billerica, and I'm just happen to be in Cape Town, South Africa right now, where I am during the coronavirus lockdown. Airports here, airports and borders are closed here. I would have been back home by now. So I would show you more of these. I made quite a few different hats just like that. In fact, all of my family members got one of those for Christmas this year. There's quite a few other things that are my favorite ones. This past fall, I've been experimenting, and for this, you use a very, very thick yarn. I've actually been making water balloons. It's hard, unless I had a sample, it's kind of hard to show you. But yeah, those 2 things are currently my favorite ones, making hats and water balloons. Fortunately, I don't have the type of yarn to show you how to make it, but if you're ever motivated, YouTube to the rescue. Honestly, if you just type in a water balloon, how to make a crochet water balloon, you will see just how to make it. And I see that we're ready for the next segment. So thank you so much. I hope you did learn something. I'm happy to answer any other questions. If you want to let the administrator know, I can respond by email or otherwise. Thank you, guys.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sam Burdett. I'm president of Lowell Makes, and I wanted to give you guys a quick update on the status of Lowell Makes. If you guys have been following us on social media or seeing our email blast, we are actually in the process of buying a building, which is huge news. This has been going on since last November. We started looking for the building, put down a offer letter, and everything else. Our closing date was supposed to be on the 30th of April, but due to the pandemic, that has now been shifted out. So we're looking at buying a building, settling, closing, everything done on May 14th, which we're so excited for. We have been doing a fundraising effort, and thanks to all of your help, we've fundraised over $100,000, which is the minimum we needed for our down payment. So we are very thankful to all of your support. I did want to show you guys a quick slideshow of the new building where we're going to be moving to. So Lowell Makes at Western Avenue. So go ahead to the next slide here. So if you're not familiar, Western Avenue, 150 Western Avenue currently houses two artist collectives. One is the Western Ave Studios and one is the Live Work Lofts. And we are actually buying the building right in the middle. So it's going to be 26,000 square feet. On the picture on the screen, it's actually the little star on the building is the middle building. And we're very, very excited to be joining the artists at Western Avenue because we think we'll be able to work with them really well. We provide access to tools and a community, and we think that they will be a great fit with us. We're very excited. So a couple more pictures that we have here. This is the front. If you're familiar, it looks like a mill building, but we're very excited. It has an outdoor patio space and loading docks, which if you've been to our current building, we're in the basement for all of our shops. So all of our wood shop, machine shop, everything else will now be on the first floor with beautiful loading door access. There's a front space that's available for lease that will be leased out, is currently leased out. And then there's a secondary space in the back, which is a big 11,000 square foot warehouse area. And this is where most of our shops are going to be housed. There's also a bunch of extra space upstairs. Flipping through the slide deck here, staircase upstairs, freight elevator, and upstairs has another 8,000 square feet of space. We're very, very excited. Lowell Makes currently has 10,000 square feet. So that big warehouse in the back will be able to house all of the space we currently have, plus an extra 1,000 square feet. And there's another 8,000 square feet upstairs that we'll be able to spread out in. So all of our shops will be able to grow. We'll be able to add new offerings. We're very excited about what this potentially has for us. The place is very beautiful. It has a lot of amenities, offices already built out, and we're very excited to be able to offer this to our Lowell Makes community and to the Lowell community and the Western Ave artists and everyone else. We will let you know, follow our social media when we are going to be having our grand opening or tours of the space. We do have some build out coming down the line, but we are very excited about what the future holds for us. So, okay, that is what I have. And next up here, I apologize. I unfortunately closed out of all my information. Just a second here. Are we ready for our next person? Okay. Next up is our Lowell Mutual Aid Group, or as they're better known by LAMA. And Mary is here along with some of her fellow volunteers to talk about what LAMA is and how you can get involved.
Hello. I'm guessing you all can hear us. Looks like we're missing one of our people. She may pop in at some point, Crystal. So my name's Darcy, and as Sam mentioned, we're with the group llama. And for those of you who saw the announcement and thought we were going to teach you how to be a llama, the animal, sorry to say that's not the case. But you know, if you have any ideas about that, let us know. So we are a mutual aid group in Lowell that is Lifting Lowellians in Assistance and Mutual Aid. And we formed at the start of this crisis to really try to bring neighbors together to help each other, right? Because there are lots of gaps in the way that people and groups are able to meet the needs of people right now, especially because this crisis is so different. Whoops. Let me just say that this is my first time doing a Skillshare, and I believe Mary, so we're learning as we go. So Mary's got the slideshow up there. And so we'll talk more about what we're doing and who we are, but I thought maybe we could introduce ourselves first. Looks like Crystal is coming in. Okay. Hey, Crystal. Are you there? Can you hear?
Hi. Hello.
Oh, there you are.
Yes, the technology got figured out.
So Crystal, we're introducing ourselves now. So again, my name's Darcy, and I live here in Lowell and Pawtucketville. I am part of Lowell Education Justice Alliance and have a son in 4th grade here. Also work at the university, but my work here is just me being a person who lives in Lowell and cares about Lowell. So that's why I'm here. Mary, did you want to?
Sure. Hi, everybody. Thanks for joining us today. I know it's really gorgeous outside, so I'm sure lots of folks are interested in doing something outside after the Skillshare. So my name is Mary Taurus. I use she, they pronouns. I live in the Lower Highlands neighborhood, and I work for Lowell Alliance as a community organizer and family advocate. And when the state of emergency was put in place in Massachusetts, we found out that some of the LAJA members were also looking into setting up a mutual aid group. I work with a lot of refugees and immigrant communities here in Lowell, and we were also looking into doing that. So we combined forces, and Yama or Llama was born, and we're really looking forward to sharing all that we've been doing with you and how to get involved.
My name is Crystal Roberts, and I'm a mom of a couple kiddos in Lowell. I live downtown, and having had some struggles myself, or having struggles being disabled, and having some illnesses in the past, understood that there are vulnerable people in Lowell that need help for this crisis. I've been very fortunate that I built a community of friends that have been there for me and that are them, and I realize how important that is. So that's part of how Llama came to be, is we all realize we need each other. So I'm also a tutor and educator. So I don't know. Okay. And I'm super shy.
You're great, Crystal. I think your internet connection is a little choppy, so just so you're aware.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So shall I switch to the slideshow now? Okay, great. And bear with me, folks. I'm going to try to be switching between both a presentation we have for you as well as some of our social media and the tool that we use to organize online, which is called Slack, just so folks know that that's something, if you really are looking to get more involved, that's something you can join us on. Hold on a second. Okay, here we go. Switching.
I'm not sure. Oh.
Okay.
Well, there we are.
Okay, good.
So.
Hopefully I can make this work. All right.
You can do it. We have confidence.
All right. So we did our introductions there. All right. So what is YAMA or LAMA? This is Lifting Lowellians Assistance and Mutual Aid, as we mentioned. We are people who live and work in Lowell and want to build a structure that lets us meet one another's needs during this crisis. But also, we want to build something that lasts beyond the pandemic. And we want to build a more fair and more accessible and more just Lowell for everyone. So I'd like to also share with you that there is a group called Vecinos for the Spanish speaking community members and neighbors among us. And that is integrated into the work that we're doing. So we're meeting together, we're staying in communication, but it's helpful to have a separate branded messaging and interface that is just all in Spanish for people. So that is also available. So as we explain this, we'll be showing some of that content also. And I'd like to open up for anyone in the Facebook Live chat watching. What is mutual aid from your perspective? How do you think about that, define it? Do you have any experiences that you could speak to for that? We'd like to open this up a little bit to be a little bit interactive before we continue. So feel free to write in the chat, which we are able to see, what mutual aid means to you.
And while you're doing that, I want to say hi to Paulina, who was on right before us doing the crochet skill share. I said, I think I know that person. And she is on the Llama Facebook page. And she connected me to her mom, who made masks for us to distribute. And the masks that Paulina's mom made went to the senior center for the volunteers who are delivering food, but also seniors who are making requests for masks for their own personal use. So anyway, I was happy to see Paulina and happy to see you here. And that's just a little taste of the connections that we're making here. So thanks.
All right. So I'm not seeing many comments, so that's okay. We can move on and we'll share with you our definitions and grounding principles. So mutual aid organizations organized to exchange goods, resources, and services from people who have them to people who need them and back again. We're led by regular people, residents, not corporations or nonprofits. So while we partner with lots of entities in the city, we are resident driven and led. And we want to give a shout out to our disability justice organizations that are also doing community care circles for a long time. So that includes all kinds of organizations, as well as peer-led support and recovery organizations. And we like the inspiration from Ricardo Levins Morales, whose drawings are depicted here.
We're going to have to talk to him about including a llama in these, I think. So
Yes.
if we could just incorporate that, then it'll be. I don't know if people can read these. Can
Accept your feeling.
Yeah, so we have.
Stay aware.
You got it.
Oh, we do. Okay.
Stay aware. Limiting exposure. And then rest, which I think there's different responses to what we're experiencing. Some are needing to rest more, and others are responding by working harder. So get in touch with one another. Wash frequently. Is that?
I know.
And then my spirit animal, the turtle. So spirited calm. And then offer feeling support and support those most vulnerable. And then what we're working on right now is organizing for a better future.
Thanks, Crystal. And if anyone wants to put in the comments what the llama one would say, please do. Happily.
So just a quick note about trauma. Many of us have been or will be traumatized to varying degrees by this pandemic. It also makes pre-existing traumas worse. Traumas such as racism, poverty, and intimate partner violence. So those of us that have experienced trauma in the past are being triggered. And it makes it worse for marginalized communities that are more vulnerable right now. We know that trauma causes disconnection and isolation, and the antidote to that is coming together and building community. We build resilience by working together. Now is our chance to build the kind of Lowell that we have always wanted to see. A tight-knit community that helps each other become stronger.
Yeah. And I'll add also from our communities that either are immigrants, refugees, especially who have come through some pretty significant experiences with loss of resources or family or place, and how there is actually a lot of resilience in our communities. And what that means in the context of mutual aid is that we can be supporting each other and learning from each other and how to both get through this time and also how we want to create systems that work for everybody.
And I just want to add one, I'm not sure what the next slide is actually, so it might go right into that, but so this isn't necessary. Sure.
Yeah.
So I think in terms of the idea about mutual aid, and this kind of fits this, is that we think about this, and you may have read this in different places, that we think about this as solidarity, not charity, right? So that we all have something we need and we all have something to contribute. Sometimes we have some of both, right? And that this is all us helping each other. And the idea of charity is more in that there are some people who get it and some don't. You know, some people are worthy of getting the help and some are not. And our philosophy and the work that we're doing right now is that if you're looking for help, you need it, and we need to figure out how you can get it, right? And so, and that's for all of us. So I just wanted to share that part of the philosophy, that we're all in this together. And Mary, I know that you have a quote that you like to share about.
Do you want me to read it?
Sure. Yep.
I keep it up in my wall here. I actually don't have the attribution to who said this, but it was within the context of Aboriginal Indigenous organizing in Australia. But the quote is, "If you have come to help me, you're wasting your time. But if you have come because your liberation is bound up in mine, then let us work together."
So we have lots of conversations, and when we'll be sharing how you can get more involved, but this is a lot of we're right now in the middle of the crisis, and sometimes it's hard to look beyond that, but a lot of the conversations that we're having are about this idea, right? And how we can take that, center that, and look towards the world that we want to see, and how do we want to do that, because who we bring in and who's in that part of that conversation makes a difference. So thanks.
Okay, we've spoken a little bit about what our goals are, and I know we want to get through a lot in the next 12 minutes or so, so I'm just going to try to move us along. But of course, as Darcy mentioned, we're trying to create something that works for everyone. This isn't about charity, it's about solidarity. So it's about building structures that work for everybody and respecting what people have to offer. So do you want to speak to investments and...
I mean, so as was mentioned earlier, Lowell Education Justice Alliance and members have been pretty involved in this group, and we have been working for a while. It's another grassroots group that's parents and teachers and community members and students who are invested in our public schools. And we have been, for the last 3 years, fighting very hard to get better investment and resources into our schools. And we have just won this really amazing grassroots-led, bottom-up effort to get more funding. And then this crisis happened, right? And so this is somewhat devastating because this was such a huge part of the work that we were doing, and we had this great victory, and now it's all up in the air. But of course, we still talk about what we want to see, right? Even if we don't know when we're going to get that and what the resources are. I mean, I think we always talk about, we know that there are resources in this country. We know that it's possible to do these things. We just don't have that. We don't prioritize those things, right? And so that's part of this conversation that we're having is what is the priority, and how do we shift that focus so that we do invest in our schools and invest in housing, invest in the things that people need and that our planets need, and that it's not completely focused on corporations and business and profit, right? And so having this happen has been devastating, but it also really is forcing us to think about who was winning and who was losing, and what can we do differently so that we don't do this again, right?
That's right.
So,
very good, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so how does this work, right? So people, many mutual aid groups are functioning this way, where people, in addition to the Facebook pages and in other settings, people can make requests and provide offers for whatever the resources are. So we recommend that people save this link and share it with anybody who needs to make a request or has something to offer. All right, so I would like to switch and show just a couple of these pages, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You can do it.
Can do it. I think I can do it. All right, so my personal chat messages here. So we have our Facebook group. This was the first thing that, oh no, this is the page. So we have a public facing page, which you should definitely follow. It's Yama Lifting Lowellians Assistance and Mutual Aid. And this group, Vecinos, is the Spanish-speaking counterpart page. Vecinos de Lowell, Banco de Recursos y Ayuda Mutua. And then we also have the Yama group. And this started really right as the state of emergency was put in place. So it's been up for a little over a month and a half. And there's about 1,200 people in the group so far. It is organized by topic, so people can search here for what they might be looking for first. We do have moderators that try to reduce the duplication of posts. And the group meets Saturday at 10 a.m. for the network organizing call. So we just got off of that today, and you can see lots of updates there. One big ask that we have right now is for people to help make them get more masks out and PPE for the community.
No, you guys have that.
And one last tool that we're using, this might take a minute to load, but this is our Slack system. So this is a workspace, a shared workspace, where we have on the left-hand side all of the activities that the committees and working groups that Yama is involved with, and people are doing most of the organizing on the back end here on the Slack. So if you are interested in joining that or getting more involved, you can either post up in the group, message us on the page, or email us at the email address, which is liftinglowelliansmutualaid@gmail.com.
So one of the things I love about the group the Facebook group is that it's a place where a lot of people make their own connections, right? And so someone will post, I need someone to buy me this, but I can't get out of the house. Can somebody do it? Or I need to do this. And then people respond, right? And so without even filling out the form, that connections are being made, and that is perfect and exactly what we love to see. But sometimes you need a little bit more of a direct prompt. You can fill out the form. And that'll show what you can do, what you can offer, and maybe what you also need. So, but it's a vibrant page, and I recommend you go there.
And for those that aren't on Facebook or online or interested in filling out a form to make those requests or offers, there is also a phone number. So I think that information is also, actually, it's right here, but so the phone number is 978-222-7877. And that also includes a Spanish number line that will direct to our counterparts there, as well as a Khmer line to go to the Cambodian Mutual Assistance Association. And we're always working on additional language access options. Someone want to take this one?
Yeah. So we also have a donate line or a donate form. A lot of the work that we're doing involves feeding people. That food insecurity is increasing right now, and that's one of the biggest asks that we have on the form. And so we use this money to supplement some other donations and things that we get from people. So the other thing that we've also done is we have helped pay for people's medication because they lost their job, all kinds of reasons, right? So those are the types of things that we would use this money for. And again, the longer this goes on, the greater the demand is. So the funds come in hand, are really important to the work that is happening right now.
Thank you. Okay, so additional ways where people can get involved. I don't know if someone wants to read these, but yeah, go ahead.
So we need people to make masks for our volunteers and also for others in the community that need them. It's hard for people to even find them at this point if they do have the money. We also need people to sign up to volunteer for sorting food and also delivering. Elizabeth's email is here if you're able to volunteer for that. We also need helpers to deliver Lowell Public Schools lunches and work packets to families. Darcy, who's here, her email is right here. We are looking for people to get involved with our political advocacy team, and Mary's email, who's also right here, is listed. And the more people that get involved, the better. So if you could join our Saturday morning meetings, it would be appreciated. The link is on our Facebook page. We also have a support group that we're working on getting up and moving. The main piece of mutual aid is that this is solidarity, not charity, and that we're supporting each other. For us to all reach our potential and for our community to reach its potential, we need to support one another. So
thank you, Kristen.
Simple things like talking on the phone with the group.
Yeah, and we have been updating a shared public calendar with local. You can stay muted, Darcy, if you want for now. Thank you. It's okay. You're fine. So we have a shared public calendar where we're trying to add all of the local virtual support groups available for people, which include parents, children. There are some new moms groups, that kind of thing. And we're also working on some drop-in support calls, just for anybody that wants to have some space or support holding space for others to process how this is affecting them, others around them, or just stay connected during this time of social isolation. So thank you very much for joining us. We can have a couple last thoughts, but they are asking us to wrap up.
Oh, okay. I just want to say thank you. If you see in the live comments, Paulina said if you are interested in making masks, she is happy to help connect you with her mom, who can help you in how to make them, and we'll happily take them because, as we've said, we're getting lots of requests, and the governor just put a mandate out that everyone needs them, but nobody can get them. So we need to figure out how to connect people. But thank you, Paulina, for that. Thanks so much. And we have a beautiful, wonderful volunteer graphic designer, as you can see. Isn't that awesome? I love that. But thanks so much, and really hope that you all, we see you out there someday in the streets, but right now.
With a mask on.
Yeah.
Keep in touch, and best wishes to everyone's families, and stay safe and healthy and well.
Thank you.
Stay well.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, my name is Caroline Reed. I am a member of Lowell Makes, and I work primarily in the wood shop. One of the best parts of the wood shop is the amount of tools and trainings available for all the tools. So we have saws, we have a planer, we have a joiner, we have lathes, we have routers, and we have a lot of hand tools as well, and clamps, and pretty much anything you could build is possible in our wood shop. Additionally, when I first joined, I wasn't very comfortable with all the tools, so I took skill development classes, which were free, and you do a couple of them, and then you're allowed to use everything in the wood shop by yourself. You never have to do them again, but you always can if you want to hone your skills more. We're very lucky to have a new sponsor for our wood shop, Rycon. They are a company who is helping to sponsor our new wood shop in Western Ave Studios. So far, they've donated 2 lathes to our current wood shop, which will move over to the next wood shop, as well as other tools and donations to help us more with the transition. Because of the wood shop, I've been able to learn how to build cabinets. I've helped other members with their projects, including tables, and I'm learning about different resin pours with Evie, Dave, and many other members. There are a lot of members to our wood shop, and it's a great community space. I'd love to answer any questions if you have any about the wood shop. It's really my favorite place to go. It's like a home away from home. It's a big family in the wood shop. We have our bickering, we have our teamwork. It's great. But if you want to take it back, Ben and Amy and Sam, and introduce our next volunteer who will be teaching mozzarella cheese pulling. I'm sure everyone will be excited to learn about that.
Hi, everyone. Welcome. Thank you for taking some time out of this beautiful Saturday afternoon to join me. I hope that this is fun. My name is Beth Falk. I am the I'm just going to move something off my screen. There we go. My name's Beth Falk. I am the owner of a little shop at Mill Number 5 called Mill City Cheesemongers. We sell cheese and wine and all kinds of other good foods, and our building is closed right now, so we are still out and about a little bit. You can find me on Sundays at the Mill Number 5 Farmers Market if you ever want to talk about cheese, and you can also find me online at millcitycheese.com, and I'm happy to answer any questions that may come up while you're watching this or about cheese in general. Okay, if you are working along with me and you picked up materials yesterday, let's just go over what we need to make sure you have everything up and ready. You should have, first of all, your mozzarella curd. It looks like this. It's a big block of white, fresh cheese. I'm hoping that most of you have taken this out of the refrigerator and have it close to room temperature. If it's cold, don't worry about it. We'll make it work. Put it on a cutting board. You'll need a knife to cut it into smaller pieces. You will need 2 mixing bowls. I've got a glass one here in front of me. Metal's probably better, but heat safe glass is okay. I just want you to see what we're doing. That's empty for now. And then I have a second mixing bowl that is about half full of cool or cold water. Tap water is fine. This is what we're going to be using to cool down the mozzarella after we form it. You will need, if you've got one, a large wooden spoon. This is an extra large one, or a spatula, something to use to pull the cheese. You can also use your hands if you don't have this. You'll need some coarse salt, sea salt, kosher salt. I have about 1/4 cup here. This is going to go into the cooling water. This, for now, will be the only salt that our cheese sees. So it's really about flavoring. Set that aside. Let's see what else. You will need some kind of utensil, because preferably something heat safe. And you should also have a pot of hot water, not boiling water, but you need very hot water that's about 160 to 165 degrees. So if you don't have a lot of hot water going yet, get that on the stove now, get it heating up in a tea kettle, because you're going to need it, and you're going to need to replenish it once or twice during the course of this. So I've got a Pyrex measuring cup that I'm going to use to scoop it. The other thing you should know is that you are going to be putting your hands into the very hot water. I gave everyone a couple of pairs of vinyl food safe gloves. This will help a little bit. Your hands are going to hurt in the hot water. If you've got rubber dishwashing gloves, those can also work. People who do this professionally just dunk their hands right in, but we'll do the best we can. Okay, so let's get started. I'm going to talk about what we will be doing as we all start working. So I'd like you to take your mozzarella curd and start cutting it. You want to cut small, relatively uniform pieces. The particular size of the pieces doesn't matter too much, as long as they are all about the same size, so that they absorb heat evenly and melt evenly. I have started to cut my curd into cubes that are about 1 inch all the way around. 2 inches would also be fine. Just cut little uniform pieces. Okay, so I love this activity as an exercise. First of all, just because it's always fun to get your hands into your food and make your own food, but also because it is a nice way for people to understand that cheese making is not as simple as a lot of us maybe assume that it is. Fresh cheeses like mozzarella and chev, paneer, something similar to feta or ricotta are definitely things you can make at home. You can also make other more complicated cheeses at home, but really, to make consistently good cheese, you need a lot of practice and a lot of skill. The cheesemakers who produce the kinds of cheeses that we sell in the shop have years and years of experience. They have a lot of in-depth technical understanding of the chemistry and microbiology behind the cheese making process. And then they also have what I can only describe as an instinct. They put their hands into the curds and they can tell what they need to do, what kinds of adjustments they need to make. And that's something that you learn with experience, but to some extent you just have to have innately. I'm a reasonable cook. I like to work in the kitchen. I have tried to make cheese along with some of our professional cheesemakers, and I'm not very good at it. It's really hard, and it takes a long time to learn how to do it well. What you may realize as you are starting to work with this mozzarella curd and to stretch and pull it is that it feels a little clumsy, and you're going to come out with something that tastes pretty good, because in most circumstances, someone else made the curd for you. I know, I think Jen and Jake are on here, and they tried making curd at home themselves this morning, so I hope that's working. But this is already something that's going to taste pretty good, but you may not get the texture you want, and so lesson learned. This curd comes from a farm in Massachusetts. Comes from Shy Brothers Farm down in Westport, which is in the southeastern part of the state on the mainland, but right across from Cape Cod. The Santos brothers, who operate the farm, are third-generation dairy farmers. They are 2 sets of twins. They are very, very soft-spoken, hence the name Shy Brothers, which I think is kind of cute. Their farm is a beautiful, old farm. They've got a gorgeous old cedar shingle barn that sits up on a hill, a peninsula right in between 2 saltwater estuaries, 2 rivers that come out to the ocean. Their property would be an amazing place for a beautiful vacation home. It would be a lovely setting for a golf course. Lots of developers think so. And we who care about the Shy Brothers really don't want to see that happen. It has been a farm for hundreds of years. It's a beautiful open space in the middle of this incredibly picturesque coastal town. And it's important to me, it's important to a lot of people in Westport, and it's important to the local ecosystem that farm stay a farm. So this is what I'm talking about a lot lately. Getting cheese from places like this, supporting these farmers, these families who really see themselves as stewards of the land is so critical to maintaining our environment, our local food system, our small local economies. These farmers are in trouble right now. Many of them are making cheese that was going to restaurants, and they have seen those sales diminish. When I spoke with the manager of Shy Brothers yesterday, she told me that in the past month, their sales are down about 75%, which is obviously not great. So I feel like it's really important for all of us consumers to understand that we want to keep supporting these farms. So if you have fun with this and you like the way it tastes, the good news is that you can go online to shybrothersfarm.com, and I'll have that link on my website as well. And you can buy 5-pound portions of mozzarella curd shipped right to your house, and you can play with it for a long time, and you can practice, learn to be a cheesemaker. Okay. I'll talk more about the Shy Brothers, but let's get to work. So now we've got our curds cut into these uniform pieces. Let's put them into our empty bowl. Move them in gently. I probably have more curd here. I have about 3 pounds, and I think I tried to give each of you at least a pound to work with on your own. I wanted to divide it up the best I could. But let's get it into the bowl. And then what we're going to do is pour hot water into the bowl, not right on top of the curds. If you want to, if you have curd, take a piece and break it up and take a look at what it looks like inside. I'll try to hold this up so you can see it's crumbly. When you look at it first, it's got a very rough, uneven surface. These are curds like cottage cheese that have been very gently pressed together. And then these curds are vacuum sealed as soon as they cool off after Carl makes them. So he takes milk from his own herd of cows each day, puts it through his own pasteurizer, and then gets it right into a vat, adds some rennet, doesn't add very much, maybe a tiny bit of salt to this. As soon as the curds start to form, as soon as the solids start to coagulate, Carl, who is the head cheesemaker, gets to work stirring and cutting the curds to release a lot of whey. You probably noticed in the container that you took home yesterday that some liquid formed at the bottom, some whey leaked, exuded out of the cheese. That's the protein-rich liquid separating from the butter fat and the milk solids. And then those curds, once they get to the right size, are drained and packed. Carl packs them in either 5 or 10 pound blocks, vacuum seals them as soon as they're cool. And in that vacuum sealed state, they can last for a couple of weeks. Now that we've got them out exposed to the air, you'll want to eat the mozzarella you make today, ideally this afternoon, have it for dinner this evening, but it'll keep for about a week. It'll start to taste less good after that time. But so we've got our crumbly curds. What we're going to do is heat them up gently so that they will start to stretch. Mozzarella is what is called in Italian a pasta filata cheese, or spun paste or pulled paste. Other cheeses in that family are stracciatella, provolone, some of the other cacciata, caciocavallo cheeses that you'll see in Italian markets. It just means we're pulling the paste. What is happening here is that the heat, we're not cooking the curds, even though that's what some people call it, but as we heat the curds, we are denaturing the proteins in the fat and stretching out the casein, the protein molecules that have formed within the curds. And so we're changing the texture of the cheese. We're trying to get something really smooth and silken. So let's go ahead and take a couple of scoops of hot water. And what you want to do, as I said, don't dump it right on top of the curds because that's going to shock the curd. You want to sort of pour it around the sides of the bowl so that what's happening is the water will start heating your bowl a little bit and then gradually get into the curds. Put enough water into the bowl so that these curds are fully submerged. This is the first round of water. We're just heating them up. We're not going to touch them yet. So for me, that's about 3 cups. I'm going to give that a little stir and then just let them, put a little more water in there, but we're going to let them sit for a couple of minutes and try to heat uniformly. Now at this point, what you can do to prepare the brine bath is to take some salt and put it into your bowl of cold water that we've got here. This is a subjective thing. You can put in a 1/4 cup of salt to a quart of water. You can use a pound of salt to 3 quarts of water. You're not going to salt it too much because I'm not going to store the cheese in this solution. So we want some salt in here to give it flavor. You don't want to let it sit in this salt bath for more than probably 10 to 20 minutes. So go ahead and dump what feels like too much salt into your bowl of cold water. Your bowl of cold water will need to be deep enough to, again, cover the finished balls of mozzarella. Just got to get a whisk and stir my salt, and you got to stir it until your water looks clear, till your salt has fully dissolved. So what we'll do next is dump out our first round of heating water once the curds are warm enough. And then we're going to, this is the filata part, we'll be stretching the curds to get a uniform, smooth texture, and then forming the mozzarella into its final shape. Now, this is the kind of thing that looks deceptively easy if you watch an experienced cheesemaker do it. It just looks, they stretch and they go, whoosh, fold the balls under and form these beautiful, perfect little spheres. Or sometimes they'll form little knots called nodini, which look beautiful. You will see mozzarella in markets in different sizes. The most common one is about the size of your fist, usually 8 to 10 ounces. Bocconcini are little grape-sized balls of mozzarella. It's all the same cheese. You can do whatever you want with it. This is also the process that you would use to start making burrata, which is stuffed mozzarella. What's inside burrata, what's on outside burrata is a sort of skin or a pouch of very, very thinly stretched mozzarella curd. And then it's filled with a mixture of more stretched curds and heavy cream, and it's insanely good. You can make that if you save a few of your curds here, if you've got light or heavy cream at home. All right, let me just take a look here and see. Give your curds in the hot water another stir. And what you want at this point is to feel that, sort of break one open. You're gonna have to get your hands in there. The curds will have cooled the water off. Just feel that they are warm all the way through. So you can break a few apart. I feel that there's nothing is cold in the center here. And the curds have also cooled the water down quite a bit. So I am going to end up off camera for a moment. I'm just going to pour out most of this water because I'm going to want to refresh it with some more heat. You can do that now into another bowl, put it down the drain. You can save this water and use it to store your mozzarella later, but no big deal. Whatever you decide to do is fine. I'll be right back. Okay, so I've drained my curds, and you can see they still look crumbly and lumpy. They're just warm. So now it's time for round 2 of the water, and this is where we're going to get our hands in there right away. So if you are sensitive to hot water, go ahead and put on some gloves now before you pour the water. I sometimes still do this with 2 layers of gloves, and I think I gave all of you enough gloves to do 2. This is where if you've got dishwashing gloves, a real cheesemaker. My friend Luca, if any of you have had Wolf Meadow cheeses, his beautiful mozzarella and burrata, Luca laughs at the fact that people do this, but Luca has been making mozzarella and working. He's had his hands in the milk, as he says, for 40 years now, so he's used to it. This is another one of those things. You think you want to be a cheesemaker, make cheese, you better be ready to be up to your elbows in hot liquid all the time. Okay. Again, we're going to do the same thing. We're still going to pour the hot water around the edges of the bowl. And if you don't start to see things melting as soon as you get this next round of hot water in, your water's not hot enough. I'm going to check mine. Yeah, I'm going to add a little more heat. But you need it to be at least to 165 really to get things going. Now this is cow's milk mozzarella. If you have seen buffalo mozzarella, this is not hot enough to hurt my hands, so I need to heat it up, but I'm going to keep going. Buffalo mozzarella comes from water buffalo milk. There are very few water buffalo herds in the U.S. They like warm, very humid weather that you see in southern Italy and in other parts of the world. They're gentle, lovely animals, and they're very hard to take care of. So most of the mozzarella you see in the U.S. is made from cow's milk. Buffalo mozzarella is very bright white. Cow's milk mozzarella is always going to be a little bit ivory. You'll notice if you look at your curds now that they're sort of an off-white color. And that's because cows metabolize beta carotene and chlorophyll, and so there's a little color to their milk. Goats and water buffalo don't, so you get white milk. So if you ever see a cow's milk cheese that's bright white, it's probably been treated with titanium dioxide, which makes it chalky and not great. All right, I need a little bit more hot water. If your hands are hurting and it feels uncomfortably hot, you have water that's the right temperature. So get your hands in there and start to just kind of very, very gently smush the curds together so that you get one big mass of curds instead of those little individual pieces. And I'm holding this up so you can see it. I would like you to keep your curds under the hot water and keep them warm as much as possible. If they heat unevenly and they start to cool off, the stretching is not going to work right. So what this will do is two things. It's going to enhance the texture of your cheese and give you something that should be very smooth and soft, not rubbery. It will also enhance the flavor a little bit. If you've got a piece of, I should have had you taste a piece of curd. If you have a plain piece of curd, you can just pinch some off now. It's chalky and maybe even, ouch, a little bit bitter. Once the fats and the proteins are mixed up a little bit, you'll get a better flavor, a little bit sweeter. Okay, I'm going to put the last of my very hot water in. If you've got a big mass of curds, that's exactly what you want. And then if you have your big wooden spoon or spatula, it may be more awkward than it's worth to do this, but in a giant, hundreds of gallons of that in commercial cheese making, the cheesemaker would pull the curds up with the spatula and then just kind of, not a spatula, he'd be using a paddle, and kind of let them stretch down off the paddle and flip them over. Mine are not quite as hot as I would like them to be. Seems to be. Now here's the part where instinct kicks in, because, ouch, there we go. Woo! If you do this right and stretch it just enough, you'll get something beautiful and silky. If you stretch it too much, you're going to get something that's the texture of a pencil eraser, and it'll taste fine, but so I don't know if you can see this now. It's starting to get on the surface as I smooth it out. Your curds are starting to get a little bit shiny, a little glossy, and really drooping down now. So this is what we want. This is the filata. There we go. And then again, you should be doing this as much underwater as possible. I'm just trying to make it visible. Stretch it a few times until you see that the surface lumpiness has dissipated. You're getting something smooth and glossy. If it doesn't look shiny to you yet, or if it still has pronounced lumps, you can keep going. I don't know if anyone is experiencing discomfort in their hands. It makes you appreciate. Luca will just go seriously right up to his elbows in this very hot water. Okay, so that's starting to look right. So it's cool. This is melting a little, but that's about as melty as it gets. This is where you get cheese pull like you have on good pizza. So here's another test. If you pull and stretch it up and you get a lot of stretch like that, this is what you want. If you pull it and it breaks off quickly, you need to stretch a little more. So there we go. Okay, back under to heat this. Now you want to take, if you have a pound of mozzarella, why don't we try to break it into thirds so that you don't have enormous pieces. Underwater, scoop up, start to pinch it with your hands, and then pinch off about a third of the curd that you've got. And it should be a little tricky to pull it off now. It's stretched back under. And then if you have ever made bread and sort of smoothed the dough and rolled it under, that's what you want to do now. Tuck the sides under, smooth it over with the top of your hand. Don't overwork it. Just form it into a ball. Pinch the bottom like you would a little bread dough, and that's that, and then drop it into your cold water. Let's do that another couple of times, and then we'll see what you end up with. Now, some of you may have beautiful, perfect, I wish I could see everyone else's mozzarella here. You may have beautiful, perfect, uniform bocconcini. Or you may have what I have, which is not very attractive. or you may have something that's still really lumpy or firm. It really makes you realize how hard this is to do. That's going into the cold water. I'm going to save a few pieces of this to show you what stracciatella and burrata look like, but here's my last one. So when your balls of mozzarella are in the cooling brine, leave them in there for about 5 to 15 minutes. You want them to cool completely. If you take them out too soon, they'll continue to melt and then they'll flatten out and you'll have mozzarella pancakes. And then you can store them in fresh, cool, clear water with just a little bit of salt, covered in your refrigerator, as I said, for about a week. If you put too much salt in the storage water, the liquid will leach out of the cheese and you'll get something flavorless and rough. But there's shiny, smooth surface. That is what we are going for. All right. So quick note, because we're about to finish up. Stracciatella, which Luca makes and is delicious, is the inside of burrata. Stracciatella to rags, shredded. It's these little bits of mozzarella curd, just little scraps like that. I'm going to shred these, break them up. I'm not going to do anything else to them. And then those get stored in unsalted cream. They could go inside. I could stretch out a piece and make a little balloon and fill it up and make burrata, but I'm just going to make stracciatella. And then you can just eat that in a bowl with balsamic vinegar with a little bit of salt. You can put it on top of bread. That's that. That's mozzarella stretching. In better days, when we can be closer in person again, I'd love to have Luca come down to the shop and show you all how to do this. But I do hope that you got a chance to get your hands in there and have some fun with it. If you want to do this again at home, ShyBrothersFarm.com. If you're in Massachusetts, you'll get the cheese shipped overnight the next day. It's about $10 a pound. Put it on pizza, put it on bread, just eat it by itself. Get in there and try to make it. It's really, really fun. Just going to hit the chat button. If anyone has questions and wants to reach out, please go to millcitycheese.com. My email address is there. I would love to talk to you more about the Shy Brothers and more about cheese. I will see some of you on Sunday at the Mill 5 Farmers Market. Thank you so much. This is really, really fun. Thank you to Lowell Makes for doing this. I'm so glad they found a way. I'm going to show you one last time. That's my first ball of mozzarella. It's not very pretty. If you open it up, though, you'll see that it's kind of silken inside. It should be a little cooler. This is bad. If I got this from someone else, I wouldn't be thrilled. It's not that easy, but go ahead and enjoy it and appreciate it. Happy cheese, everyone. Be well, be safe, and I hope that I will see you soon. Take care. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. Sam Burdett with Lowell Makes back again. That was a really fun, interactive session with Beth from Mill City Cheesemongers. I wanted to take a minute here and talk about 2 more of our shops that we have here at Lowell Makes. The first is our 3D printing shop. Our 3D printing shop has, at the moment, 13 printers, or Lowell Makes in general has 13 printers. These printers can be used by any of our members once they're checked out in the shop. They are used for any sort of prototyping use or just to print something for fun. We definitely had an army of flexible dinosaurs for a while here, which was really fun. No purpose to them other than enjoyment. Our 3D printers are also used for more serious items. Recently, we had a big effort for 3D printing personal protective equipment, PPE. There's been some news articles about us in a couple different news outlets, including Lowell Sun, and we actually did a crowdsourcing effort where members of the local community 3D printed their own masks, gave them to Lowell Makes so that we can clean them, outfit them, and provide them to certain hospitals, as well as the city of Lowell. So thank you to everyone who participated in that crowdsourcing effort. We were able to provide hundreds of masks, and we're really glad and happy with how much support we had from the local community. And in general, 3D printers are a cool thing to have, and we're really excited to be able to offer this to our members. The other shop I wanted to highlight is our electronic shop. The electronic shop is one of the first shops that we had at Lowell Makes. I think we started in our basement with a couple woodworking items like a drill press. We had soldering irons and maybe a 3D printer. So our electronic shop has grown significantly since we started. We now have, I think, 10 soldering irons. And we also have the ability to not only solder items, but we also have a PCB mill to be able to fabricate our own electronic boards. And we have all sorts of electronic equipment to test any boards that you may solder things to, or any custom projects you're doing. We've had some really cool projects come out here, like different LED cubes. We've had someone made an amp for their guitar. We've had a bunch of different really cool things that are going on here. One of the cool things also that we do with our electronics shop is we bought out Radio Shack when they're going out of business. And then we've received donations from local businesses of different components and parts. So we actually have our own stockroom of sorts of electronic components that you can use to build whatever project you are interested in. So between our 3D printing shop and our electronics shop, you're able to prototype, design, build pretty much anything you'd want, and then scale it up in our wood shop or machine shop. So the next person we have here today is Jim, and he has a very interesting presentation about what is a lapidarist. And Jim, I'm really hoping I'm saying that correctly. I'm sure you'll correct me if I'm wrong.
Welcome, everyone. Yes, lapidarist is the pronunciation that I've become accustomed to. And we all know that a woodworker works with wood, iron worker works with iron, and so on and so forth. But a rock worker is called a lapidarist, and it's because it was held as the highest level of secret art right up until about the 1600s. People like Merlin the magician was the lapidarist in the kingdom. He made the king's gemstones. He probably even brokered their purchasing. And he would know the metaphysical aspects of the stones. He would know how to polish them, which is totally different, I'm sure, back in the 1600s. But the greatest secret back then was in the world of painting. The pigments for color, blue, red, yellow, the primary colors, were tightly controlled by the Italian government, which means the Pope and the governments and the mob, probably all together in cahoots. And lapis, the most beautiful blues used for Mother Mary's robes in the chapels, came from the stone lapis, and that was garnered in Afghanistan, and that's why it's called the lapidary arts. It actually has to do with that beautiful color blue that comes from the stone lapis. So that's your little tidbit. I'm here to just give you a quick overview within my shop of some of the components. And I'd like to also just shout out that by doing this, I'm looking for somebody in the audience today, or somebody that you know that would like to become the champion to bring a lapidary studio to Lowell Makes. So I can guide, I can teach, I just can't be the one doing it because I got too many things on my plate. So here we go. I'm going to flip the camera and show you some of a real quick overview of the equipment. Then we're going to go look at gemstones, because that doesn't capture your attention. Nothing else will. Okay, flip. Sorry, I'm not flipping. Okay, I had things labeled for you. This is called a slab saw, but I forgot about having the top up. This is the primary workhorse in the lapidary studio, and this is cutting your rocks that fit within this shape. So you're not cutting on this saw anything larger than that would fit in that mouth of that vise, and it's an automated system. So it takes stones like this, whether it be beautiful rose quartz. This is from the Northern Peninsula. This is actually native copper, very heavy stone. All of these have been cut in this saw, and I'm just showing you. But the primary thing we're looking to do or make is called slabs, about 3/16 thick. And these are what makes beautiful pendants. So here's just a whole bunch of slabs that have been slabbed by this slab saw. And again, after you have slabbed something, you would then try and figure out from the patterns and designs, what do you want to make as pendants? This was a class project. And so some of my students created these patterns or designs for that particular parts of this stone. This is my favorite piece of equipment. This is called a trim saw, and it has a very, very narrow blade. I should have showed you the blade on the other saw, but it leaves most of your stone intact because of that very, very fine blade. My favorite piece of equipment to use, and there's a whole bunch here. I'm going to do an hour-long session tomorrow on the web at Northeast Gemstones from noon to 1, and I'll go over a lot more of this. This would be an incredibly fun tool to have at Lowell Makes. It's a small standalone saw. The saw itself is cheaper probably than the blades, but it cuts in 360 degrees. It's good for glass and shells, soft material, not quartz. This is all material that's sorted and is ready to hit the trim saw. This kind of fits not sequentially. This is a carving station. Once you have the bits, there's just all different sizes and shapes, and then you can put it into either a Fordham, something like this, which is a foot-controlled device, much like a dental drill. And here's the actual item. Fordham or Dremel are used in rock carving. So after the trim saw is done, you end up with things that I call blanks. These are all, as you can see, pendants. Now watch the color change if you can see it. Water represents what it will look like after polishing. So these here are not meant to be pendants. They're just meant to be handheld pieces. And you can do pretty much anything with this, but these came right out of the trim saw. And oops, I just ruined my label. They're just temporary, but this is a shaping arbor, and it has hard wheels, much like a grinding stone. After you're done there, it would go to soft wheels like we have here. We have 4 of them in a row. This is shaping soft. This is the beginning of polishing, and this wheel right here does phases 3, 2, 3, 4, because you just keep changing the grits. And most people are familiar with, like, this would be 200, I'd say 300 grit, 600 grit, 1200 grit, 3000 grit. That's familiar in woodworking. In lapidary, you go from 3,000 to 14,000, 50,000, 100,000, and 200,000. Here's some other stations. This is a flat lap that's just in a horizontal configuration, and it's on its own stand. Tables can be used for a lot of these. This is a 45-degree flat lap. This is a drilling station, and these are tumblers. That's also part of doing the lapidary arts. This is a large flat lap, so it enables us to take very large slabs, way bigger than my hand, and then that can polish them up by being a vibrating flat lap. So let me flip us back. Oh, sorry. Yeah, we have protection equipment. I was supposed to tell you. Vinyl aprons, headsets. The hardest thing to get right now, if you wanted to get into school, is the respirator, a good one. You can wear just a regular mask. Eyewear protection, hand protection if you're doing something. So anyway, I do teach students here. It's $125 a day to rent out the studio, which includes $25 for consumables, and it's $350 for a 4-day class. So you get 3 classes here in the studio with me. The 4th day you're on your own, because you should be proficient by then. So just taking us out of the studio, which is in my basement. Oops, I'm sorry, I put my hand in front of the camera. So here comes the gemstone portion. So just to educate you a little bit, this gemstone here is absolutely gorgeous. That's called gem silica. It's the most expensive of all quartz, and it comes out of a stone like this. So if you look at this stone and you're saying to yourself, how the heck am I going to find that in there? Well, we put it on a slab saw, you slab it up, and then you find the veins. and you find out what direction they're going. So part of the art of lapidary arts is the artistic way to cut your rocks to get the result that you're looking for, which is in this case the most of the blue vein that you can. The slab saw is thick. It's about half the thickness of this particular little slab. So when you're using that saw, you could actually cut the vein out and watch a bunch of it disappear. This particular rock is called Needles Blue, and there's the vein on the backside. I just didn't show it to you the first time. So you do get a good indication as to where you want to cut, but you have no idea of the direction that that vein is headed. So we're going to clear these away. Needles Blue comes from Needles, California. It's one location in the entire world that you can get this beautiful material called gem silica. So this here is another pendant that I made from it, and it's got the New England Museum Guild seal of approval, which means that it meets the juror approval. These here are gem silica from Indonesia, and so you see it in this ring here, and this ring as well, this pendant here, everything right here on my table. These are all petrified items. So we've got petrified coral there. This here is the mastodon tooth enamel, comes from Martha's Vineyard, but it turns out the mastodon tooth itself polishes up really, really nice. If you can see the surface there, it's got a high polish, so we would say that material takes a polish well. This is a his and her pendant set. This here is actually petrified it's petrified algae in these little clusters called Campbellea jasper. This is petrified swamp bog from Nevada. It's called Gary Green, and it only comes from Nevada. Gary Green happened to be the person that found it. Over here, the last little display I have is also some gem silica and some of the rough that I purchased that you then need to cut up and try and find that vein to get a pendant like that. Sticking with the green for a second, here's the rough of something that most people are familiar with. This is malachite. This particular piece here wouldn't be quite interesting. It may be a leftover, and the piece was already taken out. But this would be malachite and azurite. Oops, in this box, and the blues and the greens. These are your copper-bearing minerals. Are very well. People love them. So this one here is pure azurite. That was one of the most expensive blanks. Now I bought this as a blank and I shaped this pendant, but it was $80 just for the blank alone. So again, some of this material can be very expensive. If you don't have it, or if you can't go find it in the local mines, well, then you can buy it. Let's look at some other things. Let me come back to just what is the lapidary arts, okay? It's very broad. It includes at its core the cutting, shaping, and polishing of stones into gemstones of value. So, but it also includes rock tumbling. It includes the metaphysical sides of things. It includes making paint pigments. There's just so much. Anything that you do to give a rock some love. This one here is one that came from Idaho, but you can find this locally. And the notes that came along with it said that it can be soaked in iron out multiple times, and these will turn into beautiful black nodules instead of the iron-coated nodules we're seeing here, known as hematite. This here looks just like an ordinary stone, and pretty much it is. Came out of a friend's driveway. Now it's a big stone. He had this is the underlayment to the driveway, but I saw this pattern and I polished this side here to bring out that pattern. It's quartz in there, but just came out to be a beautiful display stone and a great example of what can be done. Here's another idea of lapidary arts. Just say you went and You found this piece of this little crystal cavity. Well, you just cut the bottom off, put some feet on it, and you're a lapidaris. You've got something that can stand up on its own and highlight that beautiful quartz cavity that's in there. Sorry, maybe I should turn the lights on here. We had a lot of daylight here earlier. This here's another piece of quartz, and that was cut on the bottom, and it wasn't polished because it wasn't nice enough material worthy of polishing, so it just has a coating on it, a wet coating. And there's some really good reasons to do wet coating I'll tell you about in a minute. So I'm doing good on time. All right, here's an example of a slab. And again, your thoughts and ideas as the lapidaris would be, okay, what do I do with this to get the best possible pendant out of it? And you see this line right here that nature made for you. That's a perfect cut line. And there's another one going right up here. So you could get one beautiful pendant out of this, and you could have another one here. Or you could put the two side by side and get something like this that I made. So again, you see that pattern kind of gets diminished within a short distance. So part of learning the process of cutting these gemstones out is learning all the ways that Mother Nature can move around on you. Here's one. People love this one. Let me see if I'm holding it right. Anybody catch a face in there? Perhaps that of a lion. So I see a beautiful cut, just cutting this out, leaving the dark spot for a mane, and that's going to be a dynamite little pendant. This is what some rough that you purchase. Actually, it doesn't look this good. When I purchased this, it was full of the iron coating like this, so it did go through iron out multiple times, but this is the end cut, and here's the slab that came of it. This has an optical effect. This is called hawk's eye. And if anybody sees it and you think it's familiar, you might know tiger's eye better than hawk's eye. Tiger's eye is always typically brown and red and gold, and also has that beautiful optical effect of reflecting the light like that. So you're learning how to cut this to best position it. This here would never be meant to be a pendant this big. Again, it was just a study stone, and it was one of the not so nice pieces that I did. But an interesting thing to note is this next particular stone here is called petershite, and petershite just happens to be tiger's eye and hawk's eye together. And it only comes from two localities in the world, South Africa and China, and it has beautiful, beautiful play of light and colors, and it's one of my favorite materials, and it comes in this dark blue. You can see this was, again, very plain on the back, but spectacular on the front. There's another gemstone, labradorite. It's a feldspar that has a flash of color again, and hopefully you're picking that up, and hopefully those lights are helping. Every mineral right now on this table, all the way over here and up here, they all have optical properties. And what are optical properties? Is one of the things I like most about minerals is seeing and learning about their optical properties. And in this case, I'd almost want to turn that light out, but here we go. We've got a little LED light built into the wood, and this is from the Red Embers mine here in Massachusetts. The Red Embers mine produces these incredible garnets, and their color and beauty is released when they go through the sand blasting process. And right now, a lot of rocks can be bought at very good values. I just invested in some of these during this COVID situation. So if you have money and you'd like to invest in some of these, they're being sold at great prices right now. Here's
hey, Jim, I just want
effect.
to cut in and let you know you got the 10 minutes left.
Perfect, thank you. So this one's called tube agate, This was cut to highlight the beautiful effect of that quartz cavity. This here is not even a mineral. This is early American glass from the Stoddard Glass Works in Stoddard, New Hampshire. And these were wrapped by master wire wrapper Jim Fowler. If you don't know how to make jewelry yourself, you can hire others to do it. This is a Herkimer diamond, which has beautiful clarity to it. We've got things like this, which is amethyst and citrine. It's ametrine. It's the two together and makes for beautiful, beautiful pendants. So just to show you a few more here, this is a very common rock, but it came out absolutely spectacular as a pendant. This one we call lemon chiffon. I don't know if you can quite see that, but it's lemon and has the white in it. This is right off of a discard pile, and that's serpentine. And when we did this, it's a teaching rock. We left one side natural. That's what it would have looked like as a rock. We polished this side and we sliced it and polished it. But that beautiful green in there is the mineral serpentine. This is called fire agate. Absolutely beautiful, beautiful material. This is our state gemstone. It has some beautiful translucent, not translucency, but just the colors that come out of it. This is rhodonite, and you can go collect this stone. And when you do, I think that's probably good enough for the lights. When you collect it, it's always black on the outside, which we left right here. And you actually have to chip it in the field, and you're looking for that beautiful red inside. Oh, this one was spectacular. Beautiful pink. Everybody loves pink. This is what fire agate looks like naturally. And people carve this. This is a stone that you carve, and you make beautiful pieces like this, which if you can see the play of colors there, again, it may not be the best. We do a lot of work with mica. This is a mica pendant, mica earrings. This is a mica set to be made. This is a great one to explain for our audience today, and that is if you want to cut this, it's round, and so it doesn't fit into that vise very easy. So now you need to bring in your woodworking, and this is just a mock-up, but you would make a little tray out of wood that would fit in the vise, right? The wood's going to fit in the vise, and then you get to put on your chemist hat. And if you want to save all those little gem silica things that come in packages, you can mix this with some common ingredients that you can buy at the hardware store or the market basket and make something called water glass. And then the water glass will harden around this stone. You can slice it, and then you put it in water, and it dissolves. So that's pretty cool. You never know what you're going to find inside of these stones. This is one here that I actually cut up. And when I cut this one up, it had this beautiful circular pattern in it. Now, that's something I wanted to mention. So I have two pieces here. One that I polished, but what happens when you polish that delicate pattern, it blends it all in. So I ended up just doing that coating again, because only by doing the coating will I maintain that sharp look. Last thing I love is about optical properties. I'm going to turn my lights out here again. And this is a long wave UV light. This is a little ruby. I think you can see that. This is a bigger one. Here's a ruby ring. They just go wild. And this is another material called Franklinite from Franklin, New Jersey. This is petroleum included quartz. And this one's orange, that's sodalite, but normally it's blue. So this is another optical effect, and that's called ultraviolet. Yeah, I gave you a good overview. I know my time's going to be coming up here. There's a lot more I could say. So I'm looking for some students that wish to come and be part of my lapidary studio and teaching, and then help create a lapidary space in the new space. what I do is I own a museum called the Micah Mine Schoolhouse, and I make storyboards, which this is dinosaur bone. It's one of the most expensive rocks. I bought it nearly $500, but it shows the slicing it into slabs, and then the process of cutting it into shapes and polishing it into a gemstone. So we've made about 40 of these boards, and this is something that we could do as a future show and tell. This is a product called K2 Azurite. Comes from the base of Mount K2 in Pakistan, but there's fakes on the market. So we show you how to identify fakes versus real. Oops, I'm sorry, I wasn't supposed to turn the camera on you. There I am. So wrapping it up here from Pecora's studio in Westford, Massachusetts, not far away from Lowell. And again, we're looking for some people that like what you're seeing here and want to bring the ability to make gemstones to Lowell Makes. So you can look us up more online. You've got a social media tag there, and our store, the museum store, the Micah Mine Schoolhouse Museum store, is crystalrockarts.etsy.com, and you can buy all sorts of materials that are made into beautiful pendants, earrings, and the like, and it goes to help support our mission of educating people about minerals. How are we doing on time? Oops, sorry, I keep doing that. How are we doing on time?
Actually, Jim, I think that's the end of your time. I'm going to roll a quick video, and then I'm going to bring our president back on. But thank you very much for your presentation.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. Have a good one.
Yep.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. I'm going to take just a couple minutes here and talk to you about Lowell Makes again. So Mill City Skillshare is run by Lowell Makes. We are a nonprofit makerspace located in downtown Lowell. The video we showed actually just showed you around some of the space that we have, as well as the new building we're trying to buy. Our current 10,000 square foot facility hosts over 13 different shops, like our wood shop, machine shop, rapid prototyping, cosplay, ceramics, and so much more. We are actually sponsored by Raycon Power Tools, which is a great company. Raycon has been a huge supporter of Lowell Makes over the past few months, including coming through with a replacement dust collector for us when ours died during the holiday season. We really look forward to our continued partnership with them. Additionally, the Mill City Skillshare is actually supported by and sponsored by the Lowell Cultural Council, which is a local agency, which is funded by the Massachusetts Cultural Council, a state agency. We appreciate all their support at the local level in Lowell, as well as the state level of Massachusetts. We do have a schedule change for our next session. Unfortunately, Jan Hartley was not feeling well today, so we posted an update schedule, and our own Amy Wilson is going to take her slot with how to sew a dog bandana. So stay tuned for that. Hi, Amy. Amy, I think we're having some volume issues. Can you try that again? Some mic issues?
Oh,
that would
there we
help.
go. Sorry, I was double muted. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Thanks for the introduction, Sam. So I am happy to jump in today and walk you through how to make a double-sided dog bandana. So I make these for my dog, and I'm definitely an intermediate seamstress, but with just a basic sewing machine and a couple like regular tools you would need for sewing, I'm going to kind of walk you through this project, and it's a good way to practice your skills and get more comfortable on your machine and get something nice for someone who doesn't really care what the final product looks like. Dogs aren't picky about that. So here are examples of what I have made for my dog previously. So she's a 60-pound black lab, so her bandanas are definitely extra large, but you want to adjust the size of your bandana to the size of your dog. So it should be probably a little bit longer than their collar. So depending how their collar fits, you want to have it be able to go comfortably around their neck with about 6 inches on either end to be able to tie it together. So the length I'm going to be using today is a bandana that's about 25 inches long, and then it from this part of the bandana where it goes out to the point is about 12 inches. But definitely like cut a couple patterns and see what size works for your dog. But the bandanas that I like to do are really colorful patterns. I usually try to like match up 2 different patterns. So here's another example of a black and white gingham with yellow on the other side. You're not on yet, Freya. It's not your turn. I'll tell you when you need to come model. So the fabric I'm using today, I actually am going to use the same fabric for both sides of the bandana because my stash is a little bit low. I've been sewing masks, so what I have for available fabric is just this, but it should be really bold and pretty for her. So I'm going to turn so that you guys can see what I'm doing. And I will angle this down. So the first thing you want to do anytime you're working with fabric is wash and dry the fabric so that it shrinks before you sew it. Otherwise, it will it could mess up the shape of your final product. And then you also want to iron it. I've already ironed this fabric, so I'm going to put this away. This cutting mat is a really helpful tool to have. And then the other tools that I love for cutting fabric are this wide straight edge, so you can actually see through it. And then this tool, which is sort of like a pizza cutter, and it lets you cut really nice straight lines without having to use a scissor. So I have the fabric folded over so that I only have to cut this once, and I'll have 2 pieces that are the same size. And the first thing I'm going to do is make a nice straight edge that is about 25 inches long. And like I said before, if this is for your dog, and your dog is like mine, she's not picky. So it's okay if it's like not totally perfect. Just want to make sure I don't cut off the mat onto my tablecloth here. So I'm just gonna cut this first edge. Oops, I was a little bit off the fabric. Move it up a little. And my straight edge is 24 inches, so I'm going to have to slide everything down a little bit carefully. I can see some areas where I didn't quite press hard enough to cut through, but you can just go back and fix your cut. All right, so now I have an edge that's about 25 inches. Now I'm going to cut it into the triangle shape. So I'm just going to cut off this extra. And you can use, I just use like cotton quilting fabrics for this. Anything that, usually you can, I buy all my fabrics at like a Joann fabric. And they're great about having lots of like really pretty colorful fabrics that they're usually grouped by color, so you can like kind of put together interesting pairs. All right, so to make the point of my triangle, I'm going to find the midpoint of this long straight edge. So half of the 25 inches will be at 12.5 inches. I'll start, I'll just mark with my finger kind of where that halfway point is. And then since this is a right angle, I can just go up to where the 12-inch mark is. Or sorry, it should be 12.5. 12.5 inches up from that middle point of the bottom line. So just mark with a pencil on your fabric where that top of the triangle will be. And then you can cut the edges of your triangle from the bottom corner up to that midpoint at the top. So there's one edge. And the other. All right, just separate the rest of this. Okay, so now I have two triangles that are, I might have been off a little bit on my cutting. Okay, here, we'll just fix it like this. We'll fold it in half and we'll just get it symmetrical. It might be a little bit short, but that's okay. Okay, so definitely fold your triangle in half to make sure that it's symmetrical. And you should end up with two pieces that are the same size. I'm gonna measure again. Yep, so this is 24. It's 24 inches long, which is what really matters for it to be long enough to fit around her neck. So now that I have the two pieces cut, you actually want to turn them so that the colorful side faces toward each other, because we will sew the seams of the bandana and then turn it inside out, sort of like if you were sewing a pillowcase, and then sew the last couple inches, and that will give it a nice edge. So you'll put the two pieces facing each other and then just grab some pins and pin them together so that they don't move around while you're sewing. And I have already set up my sewing machine. I'm just going to use a white thread. Your thread will show a little bit where you close up the final little hole after you turn the bandana right side out. So make sure you choose a thread that is either matching or just won't stand out very much. against whatever pattern you're using. Freya is already here. She's very excited to be a bandana model with our finished product. All right, so I've got enough pins in here. It's not going to move around too much. So I'm going to reposition the camera so that you guys can see me at the sewing machine. Oh, I'm seeing that people want to see Freya, so here, we'll put one of her bandanas on her. There she is. Do you want to get dressed up? Freya gets very excited when I pull a bandana out for her to put on because it usually means she's going somewhere fun. All right. Let me get around the other side of this table. Oh, there's a cat sleeping on my chair, so I'm going to have to move her and face her wrath. Granger, you have to wake up. I need this chair. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I know. I'm so mean. Okay. This is all the animals I have. They just are all in this room at the same time with me. All right. Clear off my area a little bit. So this is I'll show you my sewing machine. I just have a Brother. I think it probably cost me $150. It's a really standard sewing machine, and there's lots of great YouTube videos that I watched when I was trying to get familiar with the machine and figure out how to set up the bobbin and just like getting familiar with all the controls. So I'm just going to use a straight stitch for this bandana. It's pretty basic. I'm just using a white thread on my machine. So you'll want to have near you just scissors to cut the thread at the end. So the thing I always forget when I'm sewing dog bandanas is I will go all the way around the edge and forget to leave myself my little like 4 or 5 inch hole for me to turn it back inside out. So just don't, we'll try to remember to do that. I like to leave it on this like long straightaway so that on the longest part, because that will actually, when it's tied, like you won't see that seam when the dog is wearing it. So I'm gonna set it up with about probably like halfway down the longest side of the bandana, and I am leaving about a 1/4 inch I'm about a 1/4 inch away from the edge of the fabric with my needle. Hopefully this won't be too loud for you guys. All right, here we go. So I'm going to stop when I get to the first corner and lower my needle down into the bandana so that I can turn it and I won't lose my stitches. So you want to lower the needle first, and I'm about a 1/4 inch away from the edge of the corner of the bandana. So lower your needle down into the fabric. Make sure you guys can see up close. Let's put it over here. You can kind of see my angle. So my needle is down in the fabric, and then I'm going to lift up my foot, and I can turn the bandana and start sewing the next edge. We just do that to get to the next corner. All right, so we're at the bottom corner of the bandana. And same thing, I put my needle down into the fabric and then rotate. Lower the foot back down and start this final side. All right, so this is where we have to remember to leave ourselves about a 4-inch hole. So I can see that my sewing started here, so I'm only going to sew to probably this like green leaf on the print. So I have room to turn it. Then remember to go back over your stitches. All right, and then we can pull it out. To find my scissors. Right. So now we can cut away the extra thread. And take out all your pins. Get ready to turn it right side out. It is helpful if you count how many pins you put into your project so that you can remember if you've taken them all out. All right. So then this is just a trick that I've kind of figured out as I've made these. I like to go in the corners where there's all this extra fabric. It's not gonna, it might bunch up when you turn it inside out. So I kind of cut away the extra so that there's not like this, all this extra fabric in the corners. All right, so now we have this little opening where we're gonna turn it inside out or right side out. If you ever made like a pillowcase in home ec, this is sort of the same thing. And then to help us get into the corners, dropped my pencil. All right, to help us get into the corners and really have them be like nice and pointy, I take like a pencil eraser and kind of go in and push the corners out. They'll kind of work their way open too. But now we have a corner. Oh, and I forgot a pin. Just found it. There we go. All right. So just press out all your corners. There's probably technical terms for all these things that I'm doing, but like I said, I'm really intermediate and I just kind of, most of the sewing I do is sort of just patterns I make up myself to make things for around the house. Like a slip cover for our ottoman, because we have very active cat and dog who love to like run and jump in our living room, and our ottoman was getting destroyed. So that's kind of the stuff I like to work on. It's really practical. Get the rest of this corner. All right. So now we have this triangle. If you have a very fancy dog, you could iron it so that you have nice crisp edges. I'm not going to do that just for the sake of time. Maybe I'll iron it later, but it tends to kind of flatten out the more your dog wears it and you wash it. So I'm not super worried about that today. The last thing we have to do, though, is close up this gap. So in order, you're not just going to sew it like this because you'll have these frayed edges. So you want to fold the edges, kind of fold it down about 1/4 inch, about as far as we were sewing away from the edge for each side of the bandana, and then sandwich them together so that they're going to have a nice like folded edge like this and come together. So it will look like the rest of the seams, but it will have a small area where there are like stitches on the outside of the bandana. For the rest of it, you can't see the stitches. So try to get that as pressed together as possible, and then stick a few pins to hold those together. I think it'll just take 2 or 3 pins this time. All right, so you can see my edge like that. All right, cut off some of this extra. Looks like my thread got a little bit tangled. All right, I'm gonna just test this out before I put my bandana in so I don't have to do any seam ripping. This is just my test fabric, so I don't waste any of my projects. All right, it looks like that is coming out okay again. All right, so you just want to make sure you find where that hole starts. Make sure that you're sewing to close that gap. It's nice with a pattern fabric because you can kind of have these landmarks. And again, I'm just going to sew probably about 1/4 inch away from the edge of the fabric. Make sure you can see. All right. All right, so we've closed the gap. We do have a little bit, you can see the stitches there, but it looks fine. It's just a white thread, so definitely going to blend in. Then we just cut off all these extra threads. Remove our pins. And now I think we just need a dog. Let's go find her. Come here, Freya. Come here. Come here. All right, she's ready to model. So let's take off this one. What do you think? I think she's a happy customer. And just tie it loosely. There we go. Oh, so pretty. All right, how are we doing on time? All right. Does anybody have any questions? I think we have another minute or so. Just wait and see if anything comes in. All right. Well, if we don't have any questions, I think we probably have a video that we can run, but I will hang on for another minute just in case anything comes in. Oh, and I'll just, I can reiterate too what I said at the beginning. Oh, just kidding. Ben, do you want me to go? All right.
Hi, guys. I'm John Noto. I'm one of the co-founders of Lowell Makes. And, I just wanted to thank everyone online for spending the afternoon or however long you're spending with us with our community. And I thought in between these talks, I'd give you a little history of Lowell Makes. So we were founded in 2013 by Kamal Jain, Eric Sack, and myself. And, I was the skeptical one. It started out as many things do over drinks at the Worthen. And we were all taking a class together at the Deshpande Sandbox about social entrepreneurism. And Kamal was very passionate about the idea that Lowell needed a makerspace. And, I agreed, largely because Kamal was paying for the drinks. But, we all went down to visit Artisans Asylum. And that was my first introduction to a makerspace. And it's pretty awesome. I don't know if anybody's been down there, but it's a great operation. And we basically copied everything they did and tried to bring it to Lowell. And we found an agreeable landlord, and we took over an old wrestling gym. And then we cleaned it up, and we turned it into a big open space. And then we had our grand opening. And I was always a little bit skeptical because I didn't quite understand where all the tools were going to come from. And we certainly couldn't afford to buy them. And Kamal kept saying, don't worry about it. And in the end, he was right. People showed up with tools. We within that first week, we had an entire wood shop donated to Lowell Makes. And it was really fascinating People had all these tools in their garage or basement that they weren't using, so they donated them to Lowell Makes and said, well, I'll donate this to Lowell Makes, and I'll just come to Lowell Makes when I want to use it. And I can also use all the other tools they're donating. And really, that was the beginning of what's become a community of almost 150 makers. And that was really surprising to me, that the essence of a makerspace is not the size or the square footage or the tools, but really the community that you create around it. And thanks to James Saunders, who was our first sort of real president, and Sam Burdett, our current president, and all the volunteers like Amy and Ben Brown, who run Lowell Makes today, it's growing, and these guys have engineered the purchase of an entire building, 26,000 square feet, of which 18,000 square feet will be dedicated to making stuff. And I think that's incredible. And I hope that once this event, this natural disaster is over, you will come by Lowell Makes and come for a visit. So the next speaker we have is Ben Brown, who is going to demonstrate his excellent knife skills in the kitchen, and I'm sure that he's had plenty of time to practice. So Ben, take it away.
Thanks, John. All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Ben Brown. Actually, believe it or not, I have been on this stream the entire time. I've actually been running this stream. But for this session, I decided to step in front of the camera. When I am an amateur cook right now, but I was a professional cook for a bit. I worked in kitchens and restaurants in Boston and back home in Cincinnati. And so I wanted to show you guys some basics of knife skills and basic kind of kitchen prep stuff. I see a lot of home cook videos and things like that where people don't really know their way around a knife. And that's one of the most dangerous things you can do. So I wanted to show some really safe, basic ways of handling a knife. So I first want to very quickly go over the different types of knives that are kind of in your kitchen. Your basic workhorse knife, the knife that is really 90% of what you're doing in a kitchen, is your chef's knife. Something like this. This is an 8-inch. It's made by Victorinox. I love these knives. They are fantastic starter knives. I think they're under $30 on Amazon. They're wonderful. They've got a plastic handle, so you don't have to worry about them getting thrown in the dishwasher, getting banged around in the sink. They're not that expensive. They keep a really nice edge. Love these. Like I said, this is your workhorse. This is going to do 90% of what you want in the kitchen. The only other kind of knives you're going to really need in a kitchen, let me step back. Like I said, this is an 8-inch chef's knife. This is a 10-inch. This is mine. This is what I used working in kitchens. The only reason I tend to like a 10-inch more than an 8-inch personally, I have bigger hands, and when I was working in kitchens, I had a lot of workspace and really big cutting boards to work on, and you want a bigger knife for that kind of environment. I really like a 10-inch, but today we're going to be working with the 8-inch because that's what most of you will be needing to use. Put that one back. Your only other kind of knives, like I said, a chef's knife will do most of it. Your only kind of knives are a bread knife, a serrated knife. Again, you can get these relatively cheap on Amazon. Get a cheap bread knife. Don't go hog wild and get an expensive one. They should only be used for bread and maybe tomatoes if you're that kind of person. But chef's knives are really bad at bread. You need a serrated blade to get through the crust on bread. And the last kind of knife is a fillet knife. Really, if you're doing deboning or you're doing breaking down chicken or stuff like that, you want a fillet knife. It's just smaller, can get in between joints, a little more maneuverable. But like I said, I'm going to show you guys what to do with the chef's knife. Like I said, 8-inch Victorinox. So to start, we're going to talk about kind of the anatomy of a knife a little bit, because I'll be referring to these. You've got the belly of the knife down here. So down this area is the belly, you have the body, and you have the tip or the head of the knife up in here. And we will be using the entirety of the knife to do different kinds of cuts, different chops. You can do really fine detail work with the tip. You can do your chopping with the body. They're very versatile. So next we're going to talk about grip. This is kind of the the basic on safety is how you hold the knife, how you actually grip the knife. We're gonna do what's called a pinch grip. You're gonna pinch the base of the blade between your fingers like this. You can see I'm pinching really at the bottom of the blade, and I'm gonna let the rest of my fingers naturally wrap around the handle of the knife, okay? You can see how that is. I'm pinching and I'm holding. Never grab a knife like this where all your fingers are wrapped around the handle. This is inherently unstable. It can lead to twisting and let the knife get away from you. So we want to pinch, we want to wrap, and we want to hold it like this. This is our key. The second thing to then consider is what our other hand is going to be doing. Your other hand's going to be holding the food that you're going to be preparing, what's called a pinch grip, or a claw, rather. Your fingers are going to be down and they're, going to be curled back. This is extremely important because we're going to be using that left hand to guide the knife. Yeah, actually, it's going to be touching the physical side of the knife. And we want everything curled back so that nothing is actually under the blade as we're chopping down, so we don't lose parts of our fingers, which I have done many times. I speak from experience on this. So we're going to start with celery, how to do a basic chop on celery. I like celery to start out with because it doesn't roll. Can everybody see the board okay? Is this good? Okay, cool. So we're going to lay the celery flat down on the board. Boom. It's not going to roll anywhere. It keeps it nice and stable. We're going to hold with the left hand the celery like this. Notice how my fingers are curled back like this, but I'm still raised up. And the reason we're going to do this is, like I said, when we're actually chopping, this knuckle, this middle knuckle on this left hand is going to be guiding the blade. It's actually rubbing the blade. You can see that. That is how we're going to be, this way, we're going to be guiding the knife. I can't really show you the, you can see that. It's going to be guiding the knife. That motion that I was doing, that rocking motion, is what's called a rock chop. This is your basic cutting motion. Notice how the tip of the knife never actually leaves the board. I'm not pounding up and down. I'm rocking through the motion. This is the cutting motion that we're going to be doing. So let's bring that all together. So we got the pinch grip, we got the claw, and we got the rocking motion. We're going to let the knife do the work. We are not sitting here going like this and pressing into the food and chopping. The knife is very sharp. Let it be sharp. Let it do its work. It should be as effortless as possible. It should glide through the food. And all we're doing is bringing the knife up, slicing down, and slicing through the food. Again, I'm rubbing my knuckle along this to help guide where I'm going. And I'm just moving myself down the vegetable. You can see how that's working. I'm just rocking. I'm letting the knife do the work. I'm not pressing like this. I'm not doing a chop. That is a technique. We can do that. And if I have time, I'll show you what tools to use if you are going to do that. But this is your basic rock chop. The benefit of this rock chop is it leads to even and consistent size pieces. Consistency and sizing and thickness of the food is really important when you're talking about cooking, especially when you're talking about cooking times. For instance, if I have a piece that's two different pieces of food, right? Same thing, came up with the same thing. One is a piece of celery this thick. One is a piece of celery that thick. If I throw these both in the pan at the same time, this one's going to cook a hell of a lot quicker than this one is. And this one's not even going to be cooked before this one's well overdone. So we want to make sure we have consistent piece sizes. That's why we do this slow moving with the left hand. The speed at which you move your left hand is going to dictate the size of the piece. If I go really slow, all my pieces become wafer thin, you know? I mean, I can get them nice and thin, see-through even. If I move slow, if I move fast down the food, all of a sudden they become nice and thick. That is one of the key reasons why we kind of keep that blade in contact with our hands so that we can vary the speed at which we're going. So if we're going to move on from celery, we'll move on to a carrot. Same exact technique, except the carrot's a bit harder. So like I said, I like to start with celery. It's a soft vegetable. It doesn't move on you. However, a carrot, it's a bit harder. And it's going to move on you. So this requires a little more attentiveness, but it's the same technique. We're going to grab the food with our left hand. We're going to roll back our fingers, and we're going to chop through the food. This is where it becomes very important to let the knife do the work for you and let it slice the food for you. And this is the same thing. I'm just rolling my hand or moving my hand backwards as I'm rock chopping, never letting the knife leave the board, and just kind of slowly working my way through the vegetable. There's nobody timing you. There's nobody watching you. You don't need to go quick. If you go too fast, you will hurt yourself. I have, like I said, hurt myself many times. If you want, I can show you the scar. I've sliced off pieces of the finger because I was going too fast and I wasn't paying attention to what I was doing and I was overconfident. Don't get overconfident. These are very sharp. These are very dangerous. They will hurt you if you let them. All right, so we just showed you that basic rock chop, right? We're going to move on next to prepping one of my favorite vegetables and what I think every dish should start out with is an onion. Just a standard kind of yellow onion. Boom. Anatomy of the onion. You've got the head, the stalk of the onion, and you've got the root end, the bulb end of the onion. Actually, what we'll show you, what I'll tell you is a lot of the acidic juices and stuff that cause your eyes to burn are actually gathered in the bottom, the root end of the onion. So we actually want to leave that intact as much as we can to try to prevent the least amount of release of those chemicals as possible to prevent ourselves from getting teary-eyed. So what I'm going to do with this onion, I'm going to show you how to do a dice. So a dice is a bit smaller than a chop. So we're going to split the onion from top to bottom. You want to slice straight through. Get rid of half of it because we don't need it. All right. And now I'm going to, because I've now separated a bit, I'm going to take a couple layers and I'm going to peel back all the skin of the onion that I don't need it. All right. So now we've got half of an onion peeled up. We're going to take the top off. Again, this is this top. This is the stem side, not the root side. All right. So now we're going to actually prepare it for a dice. So the first cut we're going to make is actually going to be horizontally through the onion. So I'm going to very gently hold the top, not pressing down, I'm not squeezing it, I'm just kind of gently supporting it. I'm going to run my knife horizontally through the onion, not all the way through. I'm stopping about 1 centimeter from the end. If you can see kind of where that cut stopped, I'm stopping 1 centimeter from the end. Keeps it all together, keeps it from getting away from us. Next, we're going to turn it 90 degrees. We're going to do slices. Again, I'm not cutting all the way through. I'm leaving about 1 centimeter of the onion left. And I'm doing about 0.5 centimeter thick slices through the rest of the onion. I'm just slowly, I'm picking my knife up and I'm slicing down through. Again, it's all stayed together so far. I'm not holding anything together. It's keeping itself together. Then we're going to turn it 90 degrees once more and doing that same chop that I showed you guys already. We're going to chop down 90 degrees from what we just did. And if you notice, the onion just falls apart into these beautiful little diced chunks. And I'll get one more. The onion just falls apart in these beautiful diced chunks. Really easy, doesn't get away from you. Everything is all the same size. It'll cook the same. This is a beautiful technique if you're processing a bunch of onions for like a Western omelet or something. In fact, speaking of Western omelets, I'm going to show you guys how to do my next favorite vegetable, peppers. Love peppers. So what we're going to do, we have the same thing as peppers we have in onion. We got the top, the stem, where the green is, and we got the bottom, the root. Or not the root, because peppers grow, but whatever. So we're going to top and tail this again. We're going to take the top off. We're going to take the bottom off. Throw those away. And now we have just a tube of pepper. Here's the fun part. This is the fun part with the peppers. We're going to lay it down flat. We're going to lay our knife flat again, like this. And we're going to slice into the pepper. And as we slice, we're going to slowly unroll the pepper, right? So I'm slowly unrolling. And as I'm unrolling, I'm pulling out all of that, I'm pulling out all of those, the membrane and the seeds and everything with me. And I'm left with just the insides of the pepper. You can throw those away. And what I'm left with is one beautiful strip, whole strip, all held together of pepper. What I can do now, using that same rock chop, we're going to julienne the pepper. Julienne is just really thin strips. It's a fancy term. So we're going to lay the pepper flat. And same rock chop that we did already, we're just going to slowly go down, processing through the pepper. Boom, boom, boom. You see, I'm just leaving nice thin strips, perfect for snacking, dip in some ranch sauce, throw it in a pot with your, or throw it in a pan with some oil, do a stir fry. Just going to finish processing this really quick, and then I'll show you what we can do next. All right, so I've got my pepper all julienned up. I'm going to take it, I'm going to gather those pieces, I'm going to turn them 90 degrees again. This is a little more difficult because these are all separate now, so they're not going to hold its shape. But we can kind of pinch it with our thumb and pinky, hold things together, guide it with our middle finger, and rock chop through the rest of the pepper. And again, bam, beautiful little diced pieces that you can then throw in, do a Western omelet with your onions. So back to what I had for dinner last night after I had done practicing this, with all this, threw it in the pan, made some eggs. The last thing, let's see, I've got, still got some time. Yep. Okay, still got some time. I'm going to show you guys garlic, how to process garlic. So we've got a head of garlic here. We're going to break this. Oh my gosh, that garlic's rotten. Throw that away. Excuse me while I get into my fridge and grab another head of garlic. That was really gross. Glad you guys didn't see that. So I got a head of garlic. I'm going to peel the outside layer off. And we're going to get one of these pieces inside. This is a clove. So if you've heard a clove of garlic, at the head you got the clove. So this is a single clove. Notice it's covered in this papery layer. The first thing is going to be to get that off. Now, sometimes if you're lucky and the garlic's ripe, that will just fall right off. However, this stuff is not being cooperative. So what we're going to do, you can use the palm of your hand for this, or you can use the flat of your knife if you don't want to smash it. Lay the garlic flat on the board, lay your knife flat on top of it, give it a little pop with the palm of your hand, and that will cause the paper of the garlic to just fall off. Now we have a beautiful unwrapped clove of garlic. Again, I'm going to take the top and the bottom off. You don't want. All right. So this is much smaller, but again, exact same technique as before. I'm just going to rock chop very thin slices through this garlic. Very, very thin. This is where you have to be very careful because thin work like this, close to your hand, you can get yourself into trouble. But we're just going to take it slow. I'm gonna have some, roughly processed garlic here. All right. So next thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna line the garlic back up, gonna bunch it back up here, and I'm gonna go through one more time. I'm just gonna chop through again, and I'm just making progressively smaller and smaller pieces of garlic. Now I've kind of got little cubes of garlic. All right. Next step, I'm gonna show you the next kind of technique. Which I don't know the name for. I know it has a name and I can't think of what it is. It's in my head, whatever. We're going to, again, hold the knife in the pinch grip, set it on the board. We're going to place our left hand on the top side of the knife here, away from the blade. Nothing is near the blade. This is safe. And we're just going to slowly rock up and down, or quickly rock up and down. I'm not lifting up high. I'm just rocking. And what I'm doing is as I'm going through the garlic, I'm just dicing it up. This is a really thin, or really mince. This is what this is. We're mincing the garlic. Scrape the blade off, scrape it back together, mince it up. All right, so now we're almost done. But what we really want is a garlic paste to start with our saute with. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a little bit of salt, kosher salt. I'm going to take a pinch of it, throw it in my garlic. And this is how we turn this garlic from a little mince into a paste. Sprinkle some on there. The salt that we just added is going to add a little bit of friction, and it's going to help us smash this into a paste. So the salt on there, take the flat of the knife, and I'm just going to press and smear the garlic out onto the board. And again, because I've added a little bit of salt on there, it grinds it. And I'm left with this beautiful garlic paste. And like I said, boom, throw that in with some butter, make a garlic butter. I could throw that into a pan as the beginning of a saute, and throw some onions on it, then throw these peppers in, and then throw the celery and carrots on, throw some chicken into that, and some soy sauce, and some vinegar and some sesame oil. Bam, you got a stir fry that's better than what you're going to get out of the Chinese takeaway place, and a lot cheaper. All told, these veggies were like $10 maybe, and I can get 3, 4, 5 meals out of this. So it really does pay to learn some really basic kitchen skills. So I just want to go over kind of a really quick recap of what we did, and then I'll show you one other tool that we can use in the kitchen that'll really do a lot for us. So again, pinch grip, wrap your hand around the knife. This gives us maximum control. Claw with the left hand and rolled back, guiding the knife in a rock chop as we're going down the food. We also have the mince, so we put our hand on the back of the blade, quickly rock up and down. The smearing to press the garlic out. If you have like one of those like little garlic presses that like you put the head of garlic in there and you smash it, throw those away in the trash. They're garbage. Learn to mince the garlic. It's a way better product. It'll be a lot fresher. And if you buy the stuff in a little can from the store that's suspended in oil, throw that away too. There is one other knife that I really like that I've gotten into recently. This is a Japanese style knife. It's called an akiri. This is it's a Japanese vegetable cleaver. This is fantastic for processing vegetables like this. This one's made by Henkel, so it's a bit more expensive. The first one of these I got, though, was from Amazon for like $12, and I still have it, and I love that knife. Because you notice it's a flat belly, there's no rocking motion that we're going to do with this. We're not doing a rock chop. We are just doing a slice. A slice is a one solid motion downwards horizontal, downwards diagonally through whatever we're doing. So we're just going to take this, and we're just slicing. Again, I'm still guiding the knife with my left hand, but I am bringing it up off the board, and I am slicing down through. I really like this style of knife. They're not great for anything other than processing produce. It looks like a little cleaver, but I would never use this as a cleaver. It's too fragile. But it is fantastic for processing produce, and I really, really dig these. I recommend them for anybody who wants to kind of up their game from a standard chef's knife. Like I said, I can highly recommend these Victorinox knives. I got them off of Amazon. This is the, I think it's the 2063 is the steel in there, which is a really good steel. Holds an edge very well. I recommend these to everybody, and they're under $30. I will take any questions or ideas that people have about cooking, any techniques that people want me to show them. I was going to, fortunately ran out of time, I was going to show you guys how to do process a chicken breast, but I didn't have enough time to get one. So if there are no questions, let's see, what else can I show? Oh, here, let's show you something. So this is just a cucumber. I had this earlier because I was practicing with it. Let me show you guys what's known as cutting on a bias. This is really good if you're doing like party favors or like a cheese platter or something. So I just got a cucumber here. What I did is I ran a vegetable slicer down all four sides just to kind of pull off one thin layer around it. And what I'm going to do, instead of cutting perpendicular to the vegetable, I'm going to cut on an angle. It's called cutting on a bias. I'm just going to slice down. Again, this is the slice, so I am bringing it up. I'm leaving the board, and I'm just cutting off very thin slices. But these are nice kind of garnishes that you can throw on the side of a plate. It makes it look fancy without actually causing or taking any real effort other than your basic knife skills. Throw those around with some on a cheese board with some ranch in the middle, some julienne peppers, and some celery. You're good to go. You'll don't buy them from a market basket. They're overpriced. So hopefully you guys can kind of know your way a little bit around the kitchen. Oh, the last thing I want to talk about is cutting boards. I can't believe I forgot this. Cutting boards are the second most important thing next to the knife. A good cutting board will increase the life of your knife. It will increase the life of the edge on your knife. Go with wood or go with plastic. Do not ever go with glass. Don't go for slate cutting boards, which I see occasionally, and never go for like those really thin plastic roll-up ones. Don't do that. Any hard surface is going to dull your knife quickly. I have a question here. No, I do not do any other cooking videos. I just do cooking for fun and at home. So yeah, unfortunately I don't. I am planning on, once all this COVID stuff is over, I've been trying to figure out how to do some basic cooking stuff at Lowell Makes. And probably in the new place, once we have a better facility for it, I will be doing some cooking at Lowell Makes. And some really basic stuff. But no, I don't do any other videos. So sorry, to go back to the cutting boards things. Go with plastic or go with wood. Plastic, if you don't want to take too much care of it and you have a dishwasher and you want to throw it in the dishwasher, you should not throw a wood cutting board in the dishwasher. I'm getting a thumbs up that my time is almost done here, so I'm going to wrap up. But you can get really cheap cutting boards. This is from IKEA. It was like $15, and it's a really good butcher block. Or you can get a plastic one from Target, but please stay away from the really thin, hard ones. It'll dull your blade really quick. All right, I think that is all I have the time for. Thank you guys very much for tuning in and for watching. Hopefully you guys have the confidence now to start doing some really basic stuff in the kitchen. And I will turn it over to our next interstitial here. All right, thanks guys. Bye.
The Lowell Makes cosplay shop is equipped with everything a cosplayer can ever need, from leatherworking blocks to do some heavy cutting and stamping work, to a variety of foam and leather tools all on the walls for everyone to use. You also get access to a dedicated sanding room with power tools such as sanders, bandsaws, etc. There's even a dual heated 32x48 vacuum former, as well as multiple heat guns and hot glue guns for members to use. There are male and female mannequins to test or display your props and creations. Our tables come fully covered in self-healing liner, so you can cut right on the massive 4x8 foot surface area. And with access to our laser cutting machines, you can go from EVA sheet to laser cut parts to assembled raw foam and finished product in a matter of hours. Lowell Makes is also home to GiveWave Studios, which specializes in high-quality costume props, DIY kits, YouTube tutorials, digital patterns, and cosplay accessories. They are also the founders and hosts of our Cosplay Fridays events that allow non-members to use our unique collaborative cosplay space with access to all machinery and resources from 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. under the watchful eye of experienced cosplayers. So definitely come check us out when you get a chance. Looking forward to meeting some, if not most of you, at one of our upcoming open houses.
Hi, everybody. This is Mindy Doppler Nelson of the Doppler Properties Group of Keller Williams Realty. And I'm so glad that you joined us today. I'm going to be talking about buying a home or selling a home during these unusual times. Some people think, oh, we shouldn't be doing that. And others have to move, whether it's through a birth, a death, a divorce, need to downsize, upsize. There's always people who need to move. And Massachusetts has determined that real estate is an essential business. So it's business as usual-ish. So there are some changes that we've made to protect everybody in these unusual times. And I'm going to share with you a presentation, and let's see how it goes. All right, I am not bringing up my PowerPoint. I'm not sure why. Let's see if I can do that. All right, here we go. So I hope that you can see me. Are you able to see if I could just get a heads up from somebody that you're able to see this screen? Because I can't tell. So I hope that you can see the screen that I had sharing with you, because all I'm seeing is me, and it says that it's being shared. So I'm going to go back to that screen so I can follow along, and I hope that this will all be visible to you. And if not, I hope that the audio will at least speak for itself. So let's get started. When it comes to buying or selling a home during these unusual times right now, what I want to know is that safety comes first. Yes, people need to buy homes, need to sell homes. Most importantly, everybody needs to stay safe and healthy. So what does this mean? Well, if you need to sell a home, we'll have the initial consultation virtually. If you need to buy a home, same. The initial consultation will be virtually, and it will be set up through one of our video programs that I'm more familiar with than this one that we're using today. Documents will be signed electronically. Papers that need to be notarized can be notarized virtually as of about a week ago. When you list a home, The descriptions in the multiple listing, photos, there'll even be video tours and floor plans, much more that can be seen virtually rather than by somebody going into the home. And if somebody is selling a home and they can vacate, that would be even better. Virtual tours are encouraged. So we'll have professionals make videos of the home as if the buyer is literally walking through the home. Buyers are pre-screened and the homes that they see are pre-screened so that people don't waste time going into properties unnecessarily. They're disinfected between showings and all the lights are turned on, the closets and the doors are open so that nobody has to touch surfaces. And people will be wearing masks and gloves every time they go into your home or touch a lockbox. Even the closings, they have limited the people who come, so that is only the buyer and the attorney. When you list a home, when you meet with a real estate professional face-to-face for the first time in Massachusetts, a mandatory consumer disclosure is required to be signed. And there's different ways that you can have a relationship with the person with whom you are meeting. You can either have them acting as a facilitator, so they don't really have an interested party in the transaction. They literally convey information from one person to the other, and they can't negotiate on your behalf, and they don't even owe you any confidentiality. On the other hand, they can be an agent, whether it's a buyer's agent, for a seller as a seller's agent, and then they have a fiduciary responsibility of confidentiality to you, as well as other requirements. When somebody lists their home, in Massachusetts, we always use an exclusive listing agreement so that we have an exclusive relationship and we do everything to get your home sold. And if you are buying a home, we have an exclusive buyer agency agreement too. We want to make sure that you know that we are as committed to you as you are to us. And I put together the seller and buyer timeline. Normally, this is just used for the buyers, and I've added some boxes that are in orange to show where the seller's participation would come in. Now, we could spend a lot of time going through this in detail. I have provided this in the handouts so that it has my contact information. So if you want to meet, we can go through this in a lot more detail. But just to let you know that the first thing that happens is if you're selling a home, it doesn't just go on the market. We work with you to make sure that it is decluttered, depersonalized, cleaned up as best as possible, and in some cases, updates so that you can get an even bigger return on your investment and sell your home for more money. So you may not put your home on the market right after we meet. However, if time is of the essence, we can do that too. If you're a buyer, well, you need to find out by working with a lender if you're financing, how much they'll approve you for financing so that you don't find a home and find out it's not within your budget. Boy, that's so emotional. So always get a pre-qualification from a lender first to see how much you can afford to purchase. And that way we don't waste your time and we spare your emotions too. Then we go shopping for a home. And when you find a home, an offer is made. Well, if you're on the seller side, we set it up so that you get as many offers as possible in a bidding war so that you get the highest price possible. Now, if you're working with us as a buyer, we have strategies to make sure that your offer will be the one accepted. We do our best to get your offer accepted on the very first home that you decide to make an offer on. We have to set up realistic expectations, though, and submit a strong offer. When we meet together, I can show you how we do that. With most homes, you'll want to do a home inspection. You want to make sure that it's in good condition. Well, if you're the seller, after the buyer has the home inspection, there may be things that are pointed out that become a safety or a structural issue that will require either repair or a renegotiation. So as your representative, we will negotiate as best as possible on your behalf. Both buyers and sellers will be represented by an attorney because that's how we do things here in Massachusetts. An appraisal will be ordered from the lender, and once that has been accomplished, we move forward to the next stage. In the middle of that, there are deposits that are made. There are more forms that need to be signed. The smoke detectors, carbon monoxide detectors will need to be inspected. And right now, during the coronavirus, the fire departments are not doing the smoke detector inspections. So the onus will be placed on the buyers to take care of that after they close, if they close during the time we still have the restrictions. Otherwise, that is the seller's responsibility, which is why it's an orange. So we have a purchase and sales agreement, which comes out of the home inspection and any new negotiations that might occur. If the buyer is getting financed, the lender will be doing a credit check, and they do that, especially now with the coronavirus. They continue to do that really up until the day before closing to make sure you still have a job and you can afford this home. So notice that, and we have a final walkthrough, because as a seller, you need to make sure everything is out of the home unless the seller has agreed to accept as a gift or to purchase some of your items, and for the buyer to make sure that the home is in the same condition that you last saw it. And then we have the closing. So I have forms for house hunting to help you to identify and to remember the things about the homes that you saw so you can rate them. I have an app that allows you to look at homes virtually. And of course, we have paperwork for the contract to purchase. I have consumer paperwork on a home inspection to help you to identify things. So I bet you're wondering, how's the market doing, right? Should we wait? As a buyer, should I wait? As a seller, should I wait? No, not really. Did you know that there are loans right now as low as 2.75% interest? I've never seen anything like that. Those are historically low interest rates for the past 60 years. So you have stronger buying power right now if you're a buyer. Why would you want to take a chance that interest rates could tick up again? I mean, this time last year, they were at 4.5%, which would mean you would have about $20,000 less buying power for that 2% difference. Well, right now, prices have been holding steady. Inventory has been holding steady, but it's a low inventory. So as a seller, that also means that you can sell your home for the highest price. Well, if you're both buying and selling, you can't do both at the best time unless you're going to rent in the middle. So it'll all balance out for you in the end. And as a buyer, because only serious buyers are out there right now, you've eliminated a lot of the competition. As I mentioned, at the end, before you close, you have a final walkthrough, and I have a checklist for you to use as well. So what do you get from me when you sell or when you buy? You get a knowledgeable and professional realtor who represents you. You have a thorough consultation to determine your unique needs and wants in selling a home or in buying a home. You get advice as a seller on how to price your home based on what's going on currently in the market, not what's happened a month or two ago before this pandemic. You need to price it right now so that it doesn't sit on the market and take multiple price reductions. And we proactively prospect for buyers so that we only bring the best qualified buyers into your home. We hire professional photographers and do showings virtually. A serious buyer afterwards who's made an offer can, of course, make arrangements to come into the home, provided that they've done so in a safe way with hand sanitizer, gloves, and a mask. You also get a committed ally who presents your home so that you get the highest price with multiple offers and will negotiate on your behalf. You'll get guidance throughout the process and the backing of a trusted company, Keller Williams Realty. As a buyer, you'll also get someone who'll represent you and the thorough consultation. You'll get advice on making offers in a real price point, not a lowball price point that will get the seller upset so they don't even want to consider you as a buyer. We'll do it so that it's based on a current market evaluation so you don't overpay when you buy your home. You'll get a committed ally who'll complete your purchase contract with you, present your offer, negotiate on your behalf to buy at or below market value. You'll get guidance throughout the process, and the process starts way in advance of you even going to start looking at homes. You'll get assistance with any post-close issues. Oh, I forgot to mention, both buyers and sellers are always invited to our appreciation events that we have a couple of times a year. And we'll still be doing them. Some we might have to do virtually. And of course, you'll get the backing of a trusted company, Keller Williams Realty. So in summary, you'll get specialized knowledge, the right information and advice, a strong support team. You'll receive better service and have a lot better results with a lot less hassles. You'll keep your emotions between the lines and have innovative consumer programs with leading technology so that you can have that sold sign on your home. So I'm going to go back here, and I see that you could see the screen, and I zipped through this very, very quickly. And I'd like to know if there are any questions. Okay. I now see some of the comments. Oh, there were some technical difficulties, but it looks like they've been fixed and that you got to see anything. All right. So I don't know at what point you were able to see my screen. If anybody wants to put in a comment or a question, anything that you want to know about buying a home, selling a home, and it doesn't just have to be during the coronavirus pandemic. If you have any questions about anything real estate related or any real estate professionals. Do I have any tips specifically for first-time buyers? Oh, yes, absolutely. Glad that you asked that question. That really is a good question. So first-time home buyers, yes, don't work with the person that you meet at an open house unless you're not buying the house from the open house. What happens is that sometimes buyers decide that they're going to shop around for a home before they ever meet with the real estate professional. So they go from open house to open house, they look online, and then they choose someone. And what happens is that they choose somebody who maybe is not used to working with buyers. They're just used to working with sellers. If they're working with the listing agent and decide, oh, well, we'll cut out the buyer's agent, maybe we'll get a better price and we'll work with the listing agent. Well, that just means that the listing agent gets the compensation that would have been paid to the buyer's agent. It doesn't mean that you'll necessarily save money. And that oath of confidentiality, they don't owe it to you. They owe it to the seller. So they're not really representing you on your best behalf. Now, there is something called dual agency. So let's just say that I have a listing and I'm working with you as my buyer, and you find out that the listing I have is exactly what you want. Well, I have an exclusive agreement with both parties, so I could enter into a dual agency, and I could be very careful to protect the confidentiality of each of you and represent you both fairly. It's different than not representing the buyer and just having the seller represent you as the seller's agent. So please know that there is a difference between the two. The other thing is read reviews. Ask people how long they've been in the business. And more importantly, do they do this full time? I'm a full-time agent. When I first got into the business, I won Rookie of the Year with the Northeast Association of Realtors for the number of transactions and the volume of transactions. I'm a go-getter. I have a background in academia. I used to work at the university. I'm used to teaching. I'm used to doing research. So keep in mind that somebody who has a more diverse background may be able to bring skills to the transaction that you wouldn't get with someone else. We don't just open up doors and show you homes. There's a lot more to the transaction than that. I see that there's another question. Do I see that the market will be crashing a bit for buyers since prices are still high in 6 months to a year due to the virus? In Lowell, no, I'm sorry to tell you this. So there's a misconception that what's happening now is going to be like when the market crashed back in what we call the Great Recession back in 08 to 2012, when market prices did come crashing down, and it was a really bad thing. Let me tell you what the difference is. The difference is back then it was the housing market that led the recession. Here, this is affecting the housing market only because of a health pandemic. This is not something that the economy has caused. As long as we still have low inventory, as we have had for many years here in Lowell, we're going to find that the prices are strong. So I'm sorry to say to buyers that my crystal ball is cloudy and I could be wrong. All leading indicators are saying that, and people like Warren Buffett, people in the real estate that make tons of millions of dollars through real estate are saying that it's real estate that's going to actually lead the economic recovery. Real estate is going to lead it, not suffer as a result. Let's see what else. Any tips on selling an income property? Okay, good question. Yes. So thanks, Andy, for asking that question. I'm just curious if you're thinking of selling the one that I know you have. Yeah, I actually work with investors who have income property to sell. And I know that this is a concern of quite a few investors right now. They may have more difficulty finding a renter who wants to move at this time. Or maybe they have a renter who's lost their job and they're going to be in an uncomfortable situation of collecting from their renter and being able to pay the mortgage on the property that they have. In some cases, maybe it's not the right time to sell. Maybe what you want to do is work out a payment plan with your renter. On the other hand, with the prices going strong, throughout Massachusetts, particularly in the Boston and greater Merrimack Valley. If you want to sell your income property, we can definitely have a conversation. Marketing is the most important thing. Now, keep in mind that there's aspects of real estate where people have never gone into the property. Leisure homes, second homes, timeshares. People buy those all the time and never go into the property until after the purchase. So we can use those same kinds of techniques to sell income properties as well, so that you don't have to have a bunch of investors going through your property. So many people are buying and selling homes right now without anybody ever walking through the front door. Even appraisers are doing drive-by appraisals rather than going into the property, unless it's a multi-unit property. All right. Seems like mortgage rates are really low right now, too. Yeah, they are. They're sick because I have never seen anything so low. Let's see. We have a rental property and want to rent it out, but people are losing their jobs. Yeah. So when you interview somebody to rent out your property, I would really encourage you to see what kind of a job they have. If they're in the restaurant business, the hospitality business, I'm glad that there are some SBA loans that those businesses have received some money for. Some of them still haven't received money because they've been beat out by some of the bigger companies. So I would suggest if you can rent to somebody who's maybe a first responder, I mean, those people, or an essential worker, those people are going to stay employed as a result of this pandemic. So you can feel a lot more confident that they'll be able to pay their rent. Let's see what else. Will I be able to get a tenant who can afford rent? Credit checkup until day renter moves in. Yeah, I would, just like on a buyer, if you're going to have a buyer, the bank is going to check up until literally the day before of closing to see that they are still employed and that they haven't charged up a bunch of ridiculous purchases just to live on, and that they have not altered their debt to income ratio above a certain amount. And for a lender, that might be 45%, 42%. Some could even go as high as 56%. I work with a lot of different lenders who have different programs. In terms of renters, you can also find out what their debt to income ratio is and make sure that their rent is only going to represent a certain percent, maybe up to 50% of their income. And of course, if they have charged up their credit cards to the hilt, then once you add that rent onto it, then their debt to income ratio might surpass that maximum amount. One of the forms that I didn't put on my slideshow is I have mortgage do's and don'ts. And some of those strategies could even be useful for a landlord or a renter. Things that you wouldn't want to do before you rent a place or buy a home. You don't want to go shopping. And when I mean don't go shopping, don't go buy the new washer dryer. Don't go buy the new appliances. Don't even buy the furniture. Because if you have too much debt as a result of these purchases, now all of a sudden you're going to owe so much money that you'll be denied the loan. And then you have all of these things for a home that you're not going to get. So hold off on that. So it looks like we're out of time. Feel free to reach me at mdoppler@kw.com. I also have a business Facebook page for Doppler Properties. And I look forward to talking with you real soon. Take care, everybody, and thanks for joining us.
Hi, everyone. Thanks again so much for joining us today for the virtual Mill City Skillshare hosted by Lowell Makes. I just wanted to reintroduce Lowell Makes for anyone who's just tuning in. We are a 10,000 square foot makerspace in downtown Lowell, Massachusetts, although we will soon have a new home at Western Avenue. You can find more out about that if you go to our website, lowellmakes.com, and click the banner at the top of the screen. You can link to our GoFundMe, where you can make a donation toward our building acquisition and learn more about what our future holds. But where we are right now is in downtown Lowell. We have 13 shops and lots of resources for you to come and make anything that you can imagine, really. We were founded in 2013 with that goal to be sort of a community basement, especially in a city like Lowell where people don't have basements or garages and room in their apartment maybe to work on projects and have big tools. That's a really good resource. And it also brings people together in their making so we can exchange ideas and learn from each other. So the community at Lowell Makes is one of the strongest benefits to being a member of our makerspace. We hope that you will check out lowellmakes.com, and I think we might have a video if we want to take a tour of Lowell Makes. We'll see if we can pull that up. But I can talk about why I joined Lowell Makes. So I joined in 2018 when I first moved to Lowell, and it has helped me meet people in a new city and find community and get to make lots of cool things in the process. So we can roll the video. right, thank you again so much for joining the Mill City Skillshare. I'm excited to introduce our last session of the day. I know this one a lot of people were looking forward to. We're going to learn DIY bookmaking with Rezi. I'm going to pass it over to Rezi.
Great, thanks, Amy. Hi, everyone. My name is Rezi Ibanez. I'm a local poet, a local writer. One thing I really like to have a lot of around because I use them a lot are notebooks. So I'm excited to do some make your own notebooks today. I think they're a really fun thing to make, and you could make them look pretty cool by using some art you might already have lying around the house, like some greeting cards. And we're going to be sewing our books together today. So when you buy a notebook in the store, books are bound usually in one of two ways. They're either bound with glue, and when they're done that way, they're called perfect bound. Other notebooks that you might find, especially if they're thinner, might be sewn together. So this is an example. You can see kind of the different sewing marks that were made in getting this book together. So we are going to be sewing our books together today. We're not going to be sewing it as much as this. It's going to be a little easier. And we're going to be using greeting cards that you might have lying around the house. So this is an example I made earlier, and we're going to be sewing them all inside. So pretty easy way to make some cool art that you can carry around with you and use. I know I usually get greeting cards and I feel so bad throwing them out because, I love the sentiment from people who give them, and I don't want to put them to waste by throwing them out. So this is a great way to reuse that kind of art that you get from the people who send you cards. So we're going to get started. So one of the supplies that we're going to be using today, I just prefer regular old office paper. I think it's a little easier for your first book because you don't have to worry about the direction of lines or margins, things like that. For something like a greeting card, I wouldn't grab a thick stock of office paper. So this is actually just 10 sheets of office paper. The way that I'm going to be folding and cutting them up, and the way that I'm going to recommend we do this today, you'll actually get 8 sheets of paper in your notebook from 1 sheet of a regular office paper. So if you grab 10 sheets of printer paper, that'll give you an 80-page notebook. If you grab 12 sheets, I wouldn't go much higher than 12, you get 84-page notebook. So I have 10 sheets here. So let's get started with that. So this is the card I'm using today. And what I'm going to do to get started is just to hold up the card against the paper to see how this sizing works out. And it looks like, we're going to get some kind of margin between the edge of the card and where the paper is, which I'm okay with. I don't mind, and if depending on the card you're using too, you could also cut down the card exterior to make it line up more exactly with where your page ends are going to be. So I'm just going to hold up just to get an idea of the layout, and I'm doing this so I can tell which way I want to fold my pages on the inside. So using this kind of layout here, I think what I'm going to do is take this 8.5 by 11 paper and fold it in half, kind of fold it down in a way to get it a little shorter. This is going to be our cut line. So once you get this section folded here, I'm going to take my scissors. So something that you can do to get this fold kind of really nice, crisp, even edge is just run the handles of your scissors along the fold. So I'm actually standing up because I find it easier to make books while I'm standing up. So just leaning against the table surface in front of me, I'm just going to press down with the handle of the scissors against the fold. And again, that just helps make it kind of really nice and crisp, a little easier for you to cut. So once that is done, I'm going to cut these along here. And I'm going to do the same to the other stack of paper that I have. You know your own scissors best, so I've kind of split up my pile into 2 sheets of 5. If you're comfortable doing more sheets of paper with the pair of scissors you've got, go for it. So just going to cut these up here. And I'm going to do the same with the other stack that I have. So what I'm doing to fold is just kind of like do our basic fold this way. And then I'm trying to see, maybe we could get a view of the work surface. What I was talking about with getting a good crease here, using your handle of the scissors, just kind of press along the crease that you got. When you're doing bookmaking like this, I mean, it's a lot of folding, it's a lot of cutting, so kind of making sure you get those folds really easy for you to handle is kind of, it makes the process easier as you go along. Since we're using greeting cards today, we don't necessarily have to worry about folding the spine of the book. But if we were making a book with cardstock, you know, that's when these folding bits become really crucial and really important. All right, so I've got my stack of pages here. And we're going to be doing kind of the same thing again. So just kind of a view. So here's our card. This is our cover, right? These pages are going to go inside as like this. And we're going to sew it down the middle to create our spine. So what we have to do that is do some more folding, fold all of these pages in half this way, like how we would fold our book. So again, kind of go about this in, you know, a stack of, choose like a stack size that's comfortable for you to handle. So I'm gonna go with maybe about 4 or 5 half sheets like this, just because that'll be easier for me to cut out later. Do our folding. So like I said, I use a ton of notebooks around as a writer. I use them to write down kind of ideas for lines, for poems as they come to me, or I have another notebook for writing out more full drafts. I have my own journal. So I'm constantly in need of notebooks. And this is a great way to just kind of create a custom one for yourself, or, you know, make your card for your friends. If you're going to give someone a card, make it do double duty. Use the card, and it could be a gift if you make a book along with it. Okay. So I've got my stuff folded up here. And then what we're going to need to do now, so, you know, we have our stack of 80 or 84 pages right here. We're not going to be making the stitch holes in them all together. That's kind of too much for a pair of scissors to handle at once. So we're going to be breaking them up into chunks. Like I said, of 4 or 5 half sheets might be a little easier for your pair of scissors to cut their holes in for sewing. So take one of your packets of half sheets that you folded. We're going to open it up to the middle here. So this is where we need kind of a pen or pencil. We're going to be drawing the outline for 3 stitch holes in this packet of papers here. So put your first marking kind of right in the middle of your line here, as close to the middle as you can get. Approximations are fine. You know, we don't need to be super exact about this. So we got one in the middle right here. We're going to put 2 others that are a little closer to the ends, not to be right at the very end. We want to leave a little bit of margin space. So maybe about half an inch to a full inch in from the end, depending how this will line up with your cards, how much you want to do stitching on your cards. But you want to put one near the top end and one near the bottom. So here we go. This is what mine looks like. Now, this is just kind of our sample in a way. This is our prototype. This is what we're going to be using to kind of outline and trace the same distance for markings on our other packets and on the card. So what we're going to do now that you have your markings in here, fold your half sheet kind of the opposite direction so your markings are on the outside. So you can see them. And then we're going to be using our scissors and just kind of putting little nicks into the paper. If you can cut out like a tiny triangle along the lines of your markings, if you drew X's, you know, that would work just fine. But just a little tiny nick, it doesn't have to be super large here. This will be where we're going to be sewing. So when we make books, you know, the reason why I'm on my feet a lot is that there's a lot of this marking, a lot of this folding, a lot of this cutting. So I just find it physically easier to be standing up for that. So that's why I'm a bit of a rough angle right now. But we got our template now, more or less, right? So we have our holes nicked out for sewing. So we're going to be using this template to make markings on all our other half sheet packets and on the card itself. And we're going to be doing cutting out of those markings as well. Kind of what it is when you're bookmaking is you're really prepping all your pages, all your cover stock, everything. You're kind of doing all this prep work of folding and cutting to kind of just prepare for sewing. And then sewing will be a breeze. This is a lot of legwork to get there. So that's been my experience with bookmaking. So once we have our template, we're going to be tracing that into our other half sheets. So what you can do is just kind of line it up along your other half sheet packets you have. And using your pen or pencil, just kind of draw in some dots where those original cut holes were made. Okay, so similar, we got our markings, same distance from each other. And then making our little nicks again into the edge of our paper here. This one went outside the spine, but close enough. Okay. So sometimes when people do books like this, if they want to make more complicated patterns, or if they're going to be doing this kind of thing a lot, you could also make a cardstock like sample or template and just move that from kind of packet to packet when you're tracing the outline. You know, and that can be useful for doing more complicated stitching. You know, or if you envision yourself doing this kind of activity a lot, you know, having a cardstock template can live a little bit longer, and, you know, you don't have to, you could just whip it out whenever you need to for making these. One year I decided I would make books for everyone on my Christmas list, and so having that cardstock template really helped because I was doing this a lot. And last packet here. So if you wanted to make ever kind of a thicker book, you know, often if you take a close look at the spines of your books, you might see the pages are grouped together in little bundles, and each bundle is called a signature. And so this is kind of what we're doing is if we were making a more complicated book, each little half sheet packet would be like one of those little bundles. And then we could do like more complicated stitching along the side of it to bind them all together. What we're doing today is kind of the more easiest stitch pattern to get along with. But you know, once you get that down, you can kind of experiment more with how you want your bindings to be on the spine of your book. Okay, so this is my last signature of pages here. My workstation, as you can see, looks like it's confetti right now. So what I'm going to do now is just trace our template onto the seam of our card. So because we're doing this kind of card binding, there's only one sort of line here I have to deal with of putting this pattern on. Which is really easy. And you know, this is already folded for us, so I don't have to worry about folding it really sharply. So again, once you have your markings kind of on the spine of your card, fold your card inside out, and that will help you kind of cut out these markings a little more easily, not so awkwardly wielding scissors. And I don't want any like injury hazards happening on this activity, you know, but cutting from the spine in is what I'm doing. So just sort of along that. All right. So now that I'm done kind of creasing and folding and cutting, I feel a little bit easier about sitting down and getting to actually see you all now. You know, if you're doing this a lot and kind of working with a lot of pages you have to cut out by yourself, it does a number on, I feel like it's doing a number on my back right now a little bit. Having probably an elevated desk might be helpful for this kind of thing. So what we're going to do is we're going to align up all our pages, all our signatures now, just one inside the other, kind of putting this all together now. Now, if you're putting this all together and you notice that your stitch markings aren't lining up exactly, that's really okay. I've done a number of projects where my stitch markings haven't lined up exactly perfectly, and you know, it's totally fine. So this is an example of a bit more complicated book that I tried once with multiple signatures. So this is the first book I tried making, and all these little packets of paper are the signatures, and then this is what the binding on the outside looks like. So you can see it's not completely perfect on this side here. That's really okay. You know, the nice thing about sewing by hand is that you can kind of join up things wherever they might be. So if it's a little bit off from each other, that's totally cool. Okay, so sewing time. I've got right here a regular old sewing needle. So that's what we're going to be using. And for our thread, we're going to be using dental floss. Something you might just have around the house, something that's a little bit durable, which is good. So with my floss, I'm going to be measuring out how much we're going to be using here. So a good rule of thumb when you're making a simple kind of binding like this is to measure out with the floss about 3 times the size of or the distance between your top and bottom stitch markings. Okay, so this is our card here. Here we go. This is our card. So with the floss, I'm just going to measure out here kind of between the top and bottom stitch markings. This is unfortunate that you can't really see, but top and bottom, I'm just going to measure that out 3 times with the floss. Just kind of pull along like that. So that's 2, and then here we go. That's 3. So I'm going to cut it off right here and get this threaded into our needle. Okay, so I'm going to take our pages now, have them all lined up, and I'm just going to hold the pages as they are. I'm going to take this and start threading. I'm going to start threading through the middle X, our first stitch marker that we made. So we're going to go through there. And when you're holding your pages like this, you know, you're inserting your needle from the inside. So it's going to go inside and then out. So inside from your middle stitch marker. If your markers don't line exactly up, you might have to do a little bit of kind of fiddling around with it just to get your needle through. So honestly, what I'm doing is I'm just like holding my needle and then putting my stitch markers through like this. You don't necessarily need to like stab at your pages with your needle. That might be a little frustrating. So I would just kind of hold it up and then pile your pages on with the middle marker coming first. And now that I've got all my pages on, so we're gonna put our card on next. Again, going through the middle stitch marker. So now we're all threaded, which is great. So we're gonna pull the needle up, and you wanna leave a tail of maybe 2 to 3 inches of floss on the inside. So don't pull it all the way through. And now that we're threaded through our first, we're gonna go to the top stitch marker that we made and kind of go back in. So from the card cover back in through all our pages. And again, you might have to do a little fuddling like I am now, just to get it all in. You want to try to keep that tail of 2 to 3 inches on the inside of your book as much as you can. I know it's hard, like I don't have 3 hands to hold all these things, but just try doing that bit by bit. Okay. Kind of hold your tail floss down while you pull through. So now that we've got our thread going from middle to top, now we're back on the inside of our book again, and we're going to take our thread all the way to the bottom stitch marker and go out. So something funny is that year when I decided to make books for everyone for the holidays, I actually didn't have a dinner table. My partner and I were living in a studio and just had like a small side table to work on. So it was a little difficult, but it was a fun time and I managed to get it all done. All right, so now we're out here. We've got all our thread going through all our places, all our stitch markers. So now to close it off, we are going to take our needle and go back through the middle, and we're going to go from the cardstock in. And that will finish it off for us and get us to a point where we could just tie a knot and then be done with it at the end. No, so something that just happened for me is when I was coming through, I actually stabbed my floss from one of my earlier stitches. So try to avoid that if you can. I'm going a little bit fast here because I know we're a bit on a schedule, but while you're doing this on your own, like really take your time about it and pull through. I've kind of unstuck myself from the floss that I stabbed. Okay, so now we're all here, we're all bound. I'm gonna take our tail that we just had from our needle, and all I'm gonna do is make sure that these tails are on opposite sides of our binding middle thread down here. Once they're on opposite sides and I have our binding thread in the middle, I'm gonna tie off with a knot, and then we'll be all good. If you want to, before you tie your knot, kind of pull things through and make sure that the thread is tight for you, just kind of give it a little bit more security when you finish. The floss I'm using is actually mint flavored, so this will have a nice aroma of mint whenever I use it. All right, so I've got our knot here and we're done. So that's a quick, half-hour greeting card book. Now you have about 80 pages. It's kind of mind-boggling to do the math. So 10 sheets of printer paper, once you cut in half and fold them, will give you 8 pages inside a notebook. So that's pretty nice. And we're all good. I did have a slide here that, if you wanted to continue doing bookmaking on your own, there are some tools you could invest in that might help make it a little easier for you, just easier on your hands and that kind of thing. I don't know if we have time to just show that slide right now, Amy. But for binding, so I used a regular old sewing needle, but you could use their special book binding needles. They're pretty similar to sewing needles. I actually prefer to use tapestry needles. So they have a bit of a bigger eye and are a little easier to thread for me. We use dental floss today. If you wanted to do something a bit more colorful and not have white thread showing, you could use linen thread. That is a really good bookbinding agent. And you can get that from an art supply store. You could get it from a sewing store. If you get linen thread from a sewing store and it comes in a spool like this, I'd also recommend using some beeswax just to line the thread. That'll give you, thanks Amy, that'll give you some kind of good resilience so your thread doesn't fall apart once you're out and using your book. We talked a bit about kind of getting those folds nice and crisp, so you can use a bone folder to apply that kind of pressure too. And if you wanted to make cutting a little less awkward, you could get a thing called an awl, which is just a nice kind of hole puncher. So those are some basic tools for bookbinding. You can get those at art supply stores, maybe even some sewing stores might have some of it. So I would recommend checking that out if you want to continue doing this kind of thing. It makes it a little easier. But I'd like to thank you all very much for joining me for bookmaking. Thanks to Lowell Makes for having me too. This was a lot of fun, and now I have these great new notebooks to add to my collection. So hope you all have a great day and a great weekend. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Rezi. And we all want to jump on here. This is the half of the Lowell Makes Executive Committee. Myself, Amy, and Ben have been the coordinators, as well as Carolyn Reed, who hopped on early for the Skillshare. So thank you guys. Thank you, Ben, who has been our tech guru and switching everyone on and off today. So the streaming went pretty smoothly, and we're really happy that you guys joined us.
Yeah, I want to personally thank Amy Wilson, Sam Burdett, John Noto, Carolyn Reed, David Reed, Castro at Giveaway Studios, and all of our presenters. We would not have been able to do this without everybody chipping in and putting together some really amazing resources and really amazing presentations. So I think today went far better than even I could have dreamed for. So.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you everyone for bearing with us as we learn how to live stream. This is, I think, only like our second or third live stream that we've done from Lowell Makes. So I echoing Ben, like it went better than I thought it would. So thank you everyone. And Ben, I have a slide up if you can pop that on the screen. The last person we want to thank, or group we want to thank, is the Mass Cultural Council, which funds the Lowell Cultural Council, who was our sponsor this year. They helped us be able to pay for some advertising and get through those Facebook algorithms so that we could have more people see our event, which is really necessary, especially for a virtual event. And those funds are also going to go to support our hopefully in-person event this fall. We hope that you'll all be able to come attend in person at our new space at Western Avenue. And if you want to get updates about that event and when it's happening, we haven't scheduled anything yet. But if you want to get updates, the best thing to do is to follow and like Mill City Skillshare on Facebook. That's where we'll be posting the event date. We'll be putting out a call for instructors. If you want to teach, we'd love to have new ideas for sessions in the fall. So
we also told you a lot today about Lowell Makes. And again, if you want to follow and learn more about Lowell Makes, our mission, what our facilities offer, as well as our future at our new building on Western Avenue, you can follow us at Lowell Makes, Facebook, Instagram, or check out our website at lowellmakes.com.
And one more housekeeping note I want to make for everybody. I will be taking all of the video today, re-uploading it to our YouTube page, which I've posted in the chat. I'll be chopping up all of the segments and reposting them as well. So if you did miss anything or want to go back, all of that will be available on YouTube.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, thanks everybody.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye.